Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another live stream. Sorry, I had to go make some cold coffee. Because we have a watch party ahead of us. The EWC WARZONE finals are today. I think the Group 1. It's day 1 for WARZONE today. Day 1, day 2, and I think grand finale one day. So, excited in a way. Excited. Also, I'm in zombies because I just need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 7 tokens. I just need one more to complete the battle pass before the season update drops tomorrow. If I don't do this, I will lose out on the next battle pass. I'll be money wasted, so don't want to do that. LC10. I don't know which gun to use. Yeah, I'll go with LC10. Never have the good ones. Killjoy. You already played Shattered Wheel, right? Hey Warlord, what's up, bro? Welcome back. What is starting room? New game modes. Starting room locks all the doors, confining you to the start area of the map. You must make do with the resources available in your check map for the round milestone. Damn, abomination challenge. Grief. Oh, Grief though I've played so bad. What are the benefits of becoming a Ubisoft Creator? So if you're like an entry-level creator, they will give you the games for free, bro. Whatever games you sign up for, if you're eligible. Games and in-game items that are for sale. So basically, you don't have to pay for games. You can just make content for free. And if you become a mid-level or a high-level creator, then obviously they pay you. And they bring you to events and promotions and yada yada. Citadel de Mods, Terminus, Liberty Falls. I do the tomb. Last time I did tomb, it was like bugged out, I think. How far have I gone? Have you seen my subs? I'm just an entry-level creator, bro. I just partnered up with Ubisoft like a few months ago. if you want to like become an affiliate where you earn money, then you'll have to go for like Amazon affiliate, or you have to go for like Razer affiliate. Although there's no Razer in India. Then you have to go
We are so close to recovering the Sentinel artifact. It should be somewhere in that excavation site. Remember, the artifact is our only hope of bringing Nexus back from the
You have to go for Epic Games partnership, where you basically earn money off commission. If you're working with devs or developing companies, an entry-level creator, they'll only give you the game and resources for free. Uske baad, when you like reach a certain level, you'll get monetary benefits.
And I'll do it again. Just wait.
Like direct monetary benefits.
That's right, lads.
It's been so long I played this game.
Our quarry lies beyond the so-called door to nowhere, which I'll admit does sound very strange. As sure as my name's Sir Archibald Thornton Smythe, a shiny head is a lucky blighter who finds that door first.
That transmission emanated from the Obscurus Ultilium. I believe the amulet somehow channeled an echo from the past.
So someone else came
My
here.
aim is so off.
Hope all the good stuff isn't gone.
Are you focusing on like partnering with devs, or how many subs do you have?
Perhaps you can learn from his missteps.
You think? Because I'm plenty good at finding new ways to
Get
fuck
up,
things
shit.
up.
यार I don't know, कुछ ना कुछ हर दिन काम होता है रे. Tomorrow also I have to do traveling first half, and tomorrow is the update day for so many games, तो कल भी नहीं होगा. Let's see, I'll try this weekend. For 81 6K watch hours. No, watch hours doesn't matter. Like if you have like, I would say at least get 2000 subs before applying everywhere. Watch hours is only for YT monetization. The grind that you require to get like 1K subs and 2K subs, that'll teach you like a lot about sponsorship, trust me. But after you reach like 1K, just turn on Brand Connect on YouTube. So, and let brands reach out to you first. Right? Necessary, you can always reach out to brands,
mate.
but
Definitely not YA, but what you see is what you get.
it's too early for, you know, you to reach out to brands. At least channel monetize to karna hi padega. I was all about headshots and now can't hit. Barely hits. $550.
Your dive bar in Subic.
In this, do I
Sounds like the sort of place I
need?
might have frequented during my
No, I
years
don't
on
think
the
so.
run.
Not a chance. You, how shall I put it? Reek of death. If I'd have seen you coming, I'd have barred the fucking door. Ripper! Good news, door is open.
What?
Bad news, door is open.
And where we feel is the
Keep
door.
guarding with something. You're free to come and ask whenever, bro. Whenever. Never. Never. We together. I'm here and we here.
Double points.
Alright. I will have to spend money. Okay.
Beats the hell out of shooting lawn gnomes with an air rifle.
Zombies without scope feel so slow. Dude, today I saw freaking Navi qualified, man, for finals. How did they even go through regionals for EWC? It's insane. In the regional finals, like, we targeted Navi, like, because obviously if you were on the stream you would have seen. We were pretty pissed off as to what they were doing, and we thought they came second. Ob's team came first, and suddenly today I see final qualifiers, Navi and freaking Ob's both are there. How? I was thinking maybe
For my next trick, I'll steal your wallet, your watch, and your life.
maybe because they qualified last year as well, so maybe that's why they got some seeding points, but even then only one team is supposed to go from APAC. How are there two? Or did Navi pull some strings as an organization to send those people? It's insane if they did. Because I think even teams get like invitations, like SAQL and all got. Oh shit, oh shit.
First one to say shrimps on the barbie gets a fucking knife in their leg.
Oh, sprint to fire is terrible on this. I have enough for upgrading the gun. You're supposed to kill an electric mimic to get the amulet. But in directed mode, I think it just does it automatically.
I've worked with some proper ugly
This game mode is
SOBs
meant to be
with
played in
fucking
HDR.
beauty
Can't see
queens
shit.
thanks to you.
What?
Max ammo.
So this is where the bug was. You could not teleport. Give me a second.
Set that shot fast. Can't tell you how much I love that popping sound.
Insta-kill.
As we say in the biz, got plenty more where that came from. You know your prices are a bit steep, but I think you're alright. Top. Where'd that fucker come from? Hell's fuse box? Fuck, I hate those things. Which can only mean there's bloody more of them.
Aim is slowly getting back.
Bonus points.
I think this takes me to the spawn point, let's say. Oh no.
Molotov out.
That is where I needed to go.
Max armor.
You were Soviet Special Forces, right? Think I could have made the cut?
Etheric lanterns. I think I don't remember where it was. Hold on. Damn.
Jackpot. Right in the dog.
So look at
Kaboom.
yes. So I need this lamp to be lit. Where are the other lamps though? Okay. Oh yeah. Not lit.
Semtex, have fun.
There it is. Still not here. Oh shit! I fell down.
Fun little freak fest, that.
Damn it, my self-revive speed cola's gone.
Fuck yeah. Imagine feeling 3-pound Monty after chugging one of these. I could retire before the week's out. Why haven't we been doing this the whole time?
Boy. They don't see the lamp. What happened? Internet. Yeah, my latency increased.
Double points.
Make room, you rotted sausages. I'm coming through.
How many times do I need to do it? Oh, come on. Almost there. Almost. Oh, it's not here. What am I gonna stream? Warzone or Battlefield 6? अभी तो open beta full on Battlefield, bro. उसके बाद we'll go back to Warzone Season 5 update.
Revving up a Tesla storm. Michael, Buford. Now that's what I call a closed
I'll try to post some videos on Battlefield as well.
Max armor.
Oh yeah, I'll be focusing on Battlefield throughout the weekend. I'll get 4 days, right? 7th से लेके 10th, 7, 8, 9, 10, yeah, 4 days. So we'll do Battlefield then. 10th के बाद we'll go back to Warzone. See what's new and what's not. I don't think the update's gonna hold. There's barely any content, man. Season 5, man. Like, it's embarrassing actually at this point for Call of Duty. I don't know what they are not realizing about it. I think there was an ammo box over here.
Tossing thermo grenade.
No good story game is coming out abhi though, as far as I remember. Same day, yeah, tomorrow. Even the First Descendant is coming out, so after I think Warzone, I'll switch to First Descendant. Oh, almost here. I need it on this side. First Descendant is getting a massive update with bikes and all, and I'm a First Descendant creator as well, so I'll have to. I might actually do First Descendant before Warzone, to be honest. And then देखते देखते it'll be time for.
Honestly, it's not a bad makeover. I think you look great.
Metal Gear, this thing. Gears of War Reloaded. And then Gears of War Reloaded karte karte it'll be time for Helldivers to come on Xbox. So we'll do Helldivers again. That's gonna be fun.
Too soon?
फिर तो अगस्त निकल ही गया और क्या आज the whole month. Did I get it? Yeah, I got it. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
Next time make it a challenge, yeah? Stationary targets? Get real.
Oh, अभी मस्त मजा शुरू होगा. I need this. I need this.
Smells like Uncle Bardo's basement. That's where I did most of his paint hubbing.
I also need to pack a punch too. I forgot to pack a punch too before this shit. For wind meets? For where wind meets? I don't even know. Is it a good game? सुना ही नहीं मैंने. Oh shit, this bitch.
Did that paint you had just beat its own record in the scary fucking shit compo?
Need armor. Open world RPG Chinese vibe. I'll check it out. I'll sign up for it. Are the sign ups still open? Come on, bro. How many? There we go.
Have you asked why it's like being an electricity grid?
Ta-da! इसके आगे मेरे को नहीं आता. I'll have to focus on the tutorials in hand.
This chap's fabled staff of ice.
Let's do pack a punch. मिलते हैं BF6 ground में. Oh, absolutely, bro. I think it starts around in the morning, if I'm not wrong. If I'm wrong, then it starts around 8:30 Tuesday.
Huh. Guess my dealer was right. I used to try the weird shit. You see that, Pat? How about you get off your ass and give it a go? Well, you weren't using it.
Etheric lanterns in the Neolithic catacombs. What's the Neolithic catacombs? $5,000 salvage.
Make this look easy, but it's not. It's not at all. I hate it. Just want a beer. Mum always told me to stop picking up scabs. Some things never change. Yum! Packs the bold flavour of rancid spinach without sacrificing the wallpaper paste texture.
No, it's gone.
Yep, trap is set.
Next wave, please.
Smoke's going out.
What does smoke do in zombies? It does nothing. No advantage. I need stamina.
You nerds see that? I'm just warming up, baby. Chucking sticky. Sucker slot was begging for a bullet. Molotov lit.
If I end a directed mode, will I get XP? Because then all of this makes no point. Still need that one token. Damn, what's a Grim Reaper? I've never used it before. Also heavy ammo.
That's what you get for splattering your slop all over my good boots.
That's it? Hey, it's back. Yep, 7:30. Hold on. Let me just check the EWC channel. The stream hasn't started yet. Let's see. Pass done. Let's go. Tweeting about season 5 tomorrow. Finally on the last day, battle pass completed. 1 day, 1 hour left, it says. That means the update drops tomorrow at like 9:30. 1100 CP for tomorrow's battle pass, which I don't feel like buying, but I might, I don't know. Let's go, finally. Finally. I don't listen to copyright music. Nine freaking maps today. On day one. Oh my god, we have 25 more minutes to go for this. Why did I quit the game? That means it starts at 8, right? I don't know. Maybe we can do one more. Is there any time pass game that I can play? Still nothing here. I'll just drop into COD again.
All right, Adler. Make me a deal.
187 ping crazy.
Rucker, you're headed to the war zone. All stations, green light. We're deploying to the war zone. Resurgence. Survive and your team can redeploy. Eliminate targets to bring them back fast. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Shotgun is so goddamn slow. Or my slow.
Enemy dropping into the AO.
Damn it, he has his loader.
Hostile! Changing mag. Stand to you, soldier. Stay sharp.
Oh, the season 2 loadout, huh?
Enemy soldier incoming. Mark remaining operators from that squad. Hunt them down.
Setting waypoint.
Your squad made it to the safe zone. You've got gas moving in.
Inserting armor.
Oh, it's not my internet, it's the
Enemy
game.
UAV overhead.
Two people just got disconnected. Yeah, profile was signed out. A cheater was doing this. Oh my god, bro. Because otherwise, there's no way this would work. Brother. Yeah, the cheater just kicked out everybody from that. Let's see if we can rejoin.
event. You're redeploying. Back on station. Go get after it.
Setting waypoint.
The Esports World Cup, the 24 clubs with the highest number of points will earn a share of the $27 million. With the winner taking home a staggering $7 million. And of course, the title of the best esports club in the world.
Alright, internet's back finally. We can.
Who will rise above and write their place in history? Watch it all here at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, that's right. It's basically the Olympics. Swap out nations for teams here. In our clubs, they have been scoring points for weeks. Where are we at on the leaderboard, though? We got to check in with Miles Ross.
Welcome back to the STC Club Championship update. What a fantastic week to be a Falcons fan. They get their first win in Overwatch 2, taking down Al Qadsiya 4-0 in the grand finals. Now sitting atop of the board, 3,500 points, and now eligible to lift the Club Championship trophy. But that's not all. PUBG, Yangon Galacticos get a fantastic upset victory over Weibo after an 18-match grueler, now sitting at joint 10th place. For Liquid, it was a very, very solid week indeed. MLBB, they get a massive upset victory over Ruselengon, Red Giants OG Esports. And of course, in chess, Magnus Carlsen, legend of the game, takes down Ali Reza Farouja in an unbelievable 2-0 game. The club championship race is still very, very much in effect. It can go anyone's way, especially after an upset loss in Rainbow Six for the Falcons, one of the favorites to win it. It's still anyone's title. We'll find out more here at the Esports World Cup.
What a brutal start for the Falcons in Rainbow Six, but this is fantastic news for the rest of the competition, right? Your reigning champions from 2024 here at EWC out of the competition. They're not going to earn many points, and this door is wide open for the remainder of our squads to try and climb up this leaderboard.
We have a lot of teams that are in the top 8 that are represented in Warzone, even a couple that you dig a little bit deeper that could make a major jump if they find a way to upset, maybe even beat Falcons here. So lots of points on the line, a lot of opportunities for those top 8 teams to jump to top 3.
And Ellen, I'm seeing Virtus Pro, AGAL, Twisted Minds, some huge names are already on that left side of the screen.
Yeah, I mean, even opportunity for a little bit of a jump up for EVOS Esports, right? So for this club championship for Warzone, it's going to be intense, but for Falcons, obviously that's going to be the team to beat.
Our clubs are running out of time as we are already into week 5. It is going so fast out here in Riyadh, and you can see we have 3 incredible games over on the EAFC channel. Check out my guy Jafonzo for Vitality. We got Rainbow Six Siege, though. That is going to be going down without the Falcons. A big opportunity. But in Warzone, I got to ask you out of the gates, Are the Falcons still the top dogs?
Ooh, that's a heavy question. Now, I asked Biffle. He said, yeah, they are. And he said, for all the doubters, see him on the battlefield and he'll prove them wrong. But I do think the Falcons this year, I'm not going to lie, they might have some stiffer competition to be
Hello,
for.
Love that call out. Our teams are making their way
Alright, let's
into
see.
the stadium as we see it is the Falcons in our Jamil Motorsport departure cam. The champions, they get the best ride, Alan.
Oh, of course they do. They have the best key. They get the best ride. They get maybe the best treatment. The thing about it, I need Ahsoka to
Last
pick
year's
if you can
champions.
silence the crowd or ask them to get louder. Because last year he was doing both at the same time. So got to figure out how you're going to pump up the crowd this year, bud.
Twisted Minds trying to get in their way. As you see, it's all smiles for Z Smitten crew, and this Group A is going to be ferocious. There are so many top dogs. You mentioned it's going to be the group of death. But the question is, who is going to be the top slayer on day number 1? We take a look here at our Group A. Walk me through it from
So
the bottom,
apparently
Taylor. Who
from
has
the
your eye?
APAC region, 2 teams
Rockstar
qualified.
immediately
I
ran.
didn't
Look at
even
him, and I'm
like
thinking
know
to
how.
myself, he's going to be a heavy
I thought only
hitter. He
one team was
always is
supposed to
anytime
go
he's up
from
on the battlefield.
Asia
I know there's been a
Pacific,
lot of
but
expectation for this phase
Orbs
roster.
team
More
went,
so
and then
in
I
the
saw Navi
idea
also
that they're
go.
going to underperform.
I don't know how that happened.
But I've also heard, man, don't leave out flanked. That's the guy to watch out for.
Now, a lot of people last year tuned in with the Fnatic versus Falcons race. The Falcons came out on top.
You'll
They
see in
won
Group B, they
basically
both will
every
be there, I
match on the
think.
final day. You look at this roster, you can't build a stronger team on paper.
You can't, because these are the best players in Warzone, and they have been dominating for years. Even when the Falcons didn't have Hisoka, Shifty was the IGL with Sage. They still won 2023 World Series of Warzone. So going into this year, the biggest question, though, are they an
I can't
S-ranked
imagine
team?
how
Because
close
last year
we
they
came
were
to being
dominant
there.
all year. The competition
Oh,
has
only the finals, I
immensely,
swear.
immensely increased, but looking really strong ever so. Mr.
Levin's
Closer,
something else.
Hisoka, he's not only slaying in the lobbies, being in the top of the leaderboards, but he's also closing out games by himself. And Shifty, that fragger that's going to go ahead and roam with Biffle. It's going to be interesting to see if they can lock Stronghold down, because we have a team that is going to be contesting them, Chris.
Already calling out their drop spots.
where is
Look
that
out,
overlay,
Falcons,
right?
Hisoka, and crew will be running and gunning the entire time as they look to drop the most kills. But their opponent in this group is Twisted Minds. And if you've been watching Aiden stream, they're coming in prepared.
Not only are they coming in prepared, they're bringing in a quote-unquote new third this year in the form of Almond, who has been one of the historical greatest firepower slayers in Warzone, no matter what map you're loading in on. So you've got a squad here that's built to win, built to be improved upon where they were last year, and they know that there's a huge target in their group on Falcon's back. So it just comes down to, like we keep talking about, are they going to try to get the ego in early, challenge out Falcons, and put them in the dirt, or are they going to play a little bit more safe, a little bit more controlled, and just get out of groups and then figure out what you want to do afterwards?
Group A is going to have a tough start to the day because they are taking on all the teams from Group B in their first 3 drops. Let's take a look at our second group, and this one, of course, is led by 100 Thieves, but I look down, Movie Star Koi, our top finisher in our Latin America North competition. The Mexicans are looking very strong as we had
Where
Miles
did
Ross
the,
catching up with them. And then, of course, Rock Esports and
where they
VKA
go?
are some of my standout teams. But can we talk about 100 Thieves?
Sure.
Why are they considered the favorite in this group?
Well, they've got Blast first and foremost. He's a veteran in multiple other esports. He comes to Warzone. He's a leader in his own right. He's also an aggressive slayer. He can do a little bit of everything. Skullface, love the guy, knows how to stay alive. And in fact, our winner during the World Series Warzone Global Finals, Solo YOLO. So you know, if he's by himself, he can tear up the competition. But bringing in Gabe Kuhn, the new guy, hey, he knows how to slay out. He also has history with these 2 rosters. 100 Thieves, too, that's such a massive organization to represent. I think it's going to give them an edge. But the question is, can they control? Because you've got 2 teams, right? Movie Star Koi, Nova Esports, who's looking to gun them down.
Let's just keep it simple. They won the North American qualifier.
First
Bang.
place.
Like, just that's all you got to say. Falcons weren't there, but still they won the North American qualifier.
Look out for the 100 Thieves crew if you're an NA fan, but if you've been watching the beginning of Warzone, you may be familiar with this guy. He goes by the name of Wars, and this time around, he's playing for Rock Esports. Now, Wars, I first found him on YouTube. He was playing with Vicstar, one of my favorite YouTubers.
Yeah.
He has stayed in the competitive vein since then, but tell me about his teammates, Dream Crazy. What are the expectations for Rock?
Well, you have Visions in the mix, who arguably has just been looking so good, one of the best year slayers, and then Prodigy, strategy. I think at one point him and they were playing on like a 2020 sense, but they're super fast, super aggressive, and you can always catch them on rotating out of POIs, but they're going to be really fast when it comes to their gameplay.
This is Team Orbs, right? They qualified.
Challenge around that
they were the winners
area,
of our regional.
I think the thing is they're coming in with more experience this year. Guild Esports last year, 2 of the 3 were there. They finished in the top 5, and they kind of snuck under the radar because they started to come online late after really Falcons had ran away. So a little bit of that late veterancy coming through, finding a little bit of a resurgence, no pun intended. Now it's time for them to do it right off the get-go here this year.
Where did Rock land in our Aramco power rankings? I have a feeling they're going to be right in the middle. Let's take a look as we have favorites on top. You're all familiar with the Falcons. Virtus Pro featuring Noobs and, of course, 100 Thieves and Twisted Minds. Fnatic coming in with a new roster. You have them alongside Rock, Gentlemates, and AGAL, Taylor.
Without a doubt. And for me, man, I think this is a solid list. Of course, it can change. You do go down to the bottom, though, with the underdogs. Inner Circle, I want to put a little bit of time on them. Inner Circle, winners of APAC, beating out the roster of Na'Vi, top dogs in that region, but it's their first ever LAN event. That's my biggest question. Can they transfer the online skills into the LAN environment where there's a plethora of experience, but they're the ones to rise up to the top?
Shift, who has the best chance on this screen to upset one of the favorites?
I think AGAL. I think they've kind of gone under the radar a little bit in terms of conversation points, but they bring everything you would want in terms of veterancy, experience, a well fleshed out roster of 3. You know what the roles are going to look like. If they just get good momentum early, I expect them to really be a force in other group matches.
Dream Crazy, out of the favorites, who do you have most confidence in?
Ooh, I'm gonna say out of the favorites. That is tough. I'm going to say Twisted out of the favorites just because Z-Smith, he already called out like people looking nervous on LAN. He came out frying last year, and then just coming back with Aiden, they're always in the top 3, and I think they're just going to come out hot.
They've been smiling. Somebody needs to wipe that smile off Aiden's face. Who can do it? That is the question. For now, let's check in with our players as they are already making their way in to the Kadia Esports Arena. So much energy on this opening day as you battle jet lag and all of the nerves. Taylor, what are your keys for all of our players?
Keys for all the players. First off, when you get out there and you hear the trash talk from the other competitors, you hear the trash talk from, of course, the fans. Because let's face it, Twisted Minds, Falcons, this is their home turf.
They're so loud.
They're the home team. They're so loud, right? And if you're not ready for that, it can get in your head.
I have to say, I learned something from the Falcons
I mean,
fans
you see
and the
sports.
Twisted Mind fans. There is an incredible chant. It goes like this. Airport. That way. All right, we're going to get there a little bit later. No teams will be sent home on day 1 and 2. For the meantime, though, let's check in on our match of the day brought to you by SNB. This is a banger.
I think the thing about it is it's your top 2 teams. It's Falcons and Twisted Minds. They were right there in the running. Last couple of drops during Grand Finals last year. Again, the overarching story point, Falcons coming back as defending champs with the same 3, but looking maybe a little bit more vulnerable than they did last year. Twisted Minds, one of a handful of teams that were competitive last year and made an upgrade, or so they think, in their roster to try to dethrone them.
Dream Crazy, quick predictions for our first series. It's going to be Group A and Group B. What team do you think finishes on top of the leaderboard after 3 drops?
I already said Twisted, so I'm going to stick with that. I said they were my favorite. I think they're going to do it. Falcons, although, you know, listen, we knew they were an S-ranked team last year, you guys, but this year the competition is tough, and I think that 5 Fears is going to give them a run for their money.
I will shift who is going to be the top fragger for our first 3 drops.
Give me Diaz Biffle.
Solid choice.
Right on in there.
Solid
He's
choice.
a Dixie son of a gun, dude. I got Diaz all day. Give me the over.
And Taylor, if there is someone from Group B that is going to upset the favorites, Twisted Minds and Falcons that we just highlighted, who are you liking?
I like Rock Esports. They're the top team. Even though they get 6th place in EU, I think they're the top EU team competing today.
Ooh. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a 5-day broadcast. It is going to be a blast.
Gonna go for 5 freaking
right
days.
now as we introduce you to the competitors.
I thought the finals was
in
today.
Kadia Arena.
The heck?
Enjoy.
We'll have to do a watch party again on the 6th day. spending so much money, I swear, on this Esports World Cup. If the prize pool is 70 million, just imagine how much money went into all these things. And then they are doing this. Insane. I was in a band like this once.
$63 players, 21 teams, $1 million and one trophy. We have the best players from around the world under one roof for the ultimate showdown. My name is Barney Banks and I am your host for Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup. And it's been a year since our debut here at EWC, so our teams, they've adapted, patterns have shifted, and our players, well, they are ready to prove themselves once again. So get loud and get ready as we introduce them to the main stage, starting with CT Gaming. They are Extra J, King Matty, and Resolve.
They look depressed as hell. What happened?
Movistar, Koi. They are Goat Clap, Netos, and Balcom. 9Z Globant. They are Goodbye, Elato, and Bale.
There's a player called Goodbye.
FaZe Clan. They are Flanked, J-Tech, and Clumsy. Leviathan. They are Deki, Lays, and Stukex.
That guy's got night glasses on. The yellow tent.
ROC Esports. They are Wars, Vision, and Prodigy.
Oh, this is not the team from...
VKA. They are Aizen.
Oh, this is not the team that qualified from our finals. This is just Group 1.
EVOS Esports. They are Robstar, Jawad, and Showstopper. Fnatic. They are Patsuka, Ension, and Zakar. Hundred Thieves. They are Gabe Kuhn, Skullface, and Blast. Gamax Esports. They are Tenux, Elolam, and Sucra. Twisted Minds.
What is this?
They are Aiden, Armand, and Z Smith.
Damn, Aiden qualified? Crazy.
5 Fears. They are Scythe, Big Man, and Anxiety.
But are they introducing all the teams?
Gentle Mates.
Yeah, I think they are introducing all the
Ekio,
teams.
Hallow, and Gromalok. Novo Esports. It's Javix, Cams, and Vortex. XO Esports. They are Hamoud, Penguin, and Notorious. Inner Circle. They are Teeny, Orbs, and Bray.
This is the fucking team that qualified our finals. Teeny, Orbs, and Fire. Third guy.
They are Rated, Nate Dogg, and Scumman. Team Vision! They are Echo, Lennon, and FIFA Kill.
FIFA Kill is putting on some weight, huh?
Virtus Pro! They are Dongy, Noobs, and Sage. And finally, your reigning Warzone champions and reigning club champions, Team Falcons. They are Shifty, Soka, and Biffle. People may think that the group stage holds less gravitas, but today is the benchmark you set yourselves for the rest of the week. Today is the day you show your opponents they don't even stand a chance. Welcome to Call of Duty Warzone at the Esports World Cup.
Yeah, they're
This is the city where it's happening.
Team Falcons!
I think they were the best team, but I don't think so anymore.
They're really, really talented players.
They're really sick. They're really good, but hopefully they will not be champions this year.
The Falcons gonna take it all in style.
The team that would feel good, you know, when we wipe them for sure, is probably 100 Thieves. They chirp a lot, but for us, I mean, they're just another team on the map.
They won a couple lands, but I mean, we're here to win, so it doesn't really matter.
Hopefully people realize that they've got to challenge them and not just give them a free win again.
Good luck to them. I don't know. I mean, we haven't lost. You know, we're coming here. We got 2 more this year, and I mean, we're just not losing anytime soon.
Obviously, last year was your year as a team. This year, there are arguably a few more contenders. Are you concerned with those teams? Do you like the fact that there feels like more competition?
I think it's always great for the scene when there's more competition. You know, a team that potentially could like rival our what we did. So I think it always is better winning the championship at the end, knowing that you had to like really fight for it.
How do you guys stay composed?
How we know who we are. You know, we've done it time and time again. So, you know, when you have the chips and the earnings that we have, you know, we've done it year in, year out. So if we are ever struggling, I mean, people are still, we're the team, no matter what.
The Falcons are now the greatest Warzone trio the world has ever seen.
Is there anything you'd like to say to your supporters?
I just want to say shout out to the Falcons, man. When we got here to the hotel, they showed so much love.
The support is everything. It's why we do it. I think that's the biggest thing that we're chasing as pros is we're doing it for others.
Shout out to the Falcons. You guys showed us nothing but love. Really feel home turf is out here.
Oh, that is it, boys. Thank you so much for your time, boys. Thank you so much. I've been Miles Ross. They've been the Falcons. See you in the next one.
Peace.
Call of Duty Warzone at the 2025 Esports World Cup. We are getting ready to drop into map number 1.
See how they have earphones
Falcons on your
and then
screen
they
right there.
headphones.
They are looking to kickstart group stages with a bang. Dandro here, but I couldn't do it alone.
How
We got my
uncomfortable
best
would that
buddy
be?
Enigma with me. How are we feeling today, my boy?
Oh, we are feeling glorious, my friend. Arguably the most stacked competition we've ever seen in Call of Duty Warzone. And all of those players standing on that stage have earned their spot here in Riyadh, in Saudi Arabia. And under the bright lights, they'll square up against one another in a beautiful resurgence format. Can't wait to do this alongside you, my friend.
And there's been a lot of talk leading up to this event. The players, they know that they're here. They know that they're ready. But we were in that stage yesterday, my man. And let me tell you what, it's one thing to think you know what nerves are when you're sitting down on that stage, the crowd surrounding you, the lights shining down. This is where money is made. This is where memories get cemented in your brain, and it starts here with map number 1.
No, it does indeed. There's no way of really getting it across. As said, we were there yesterday. It is a pit. It is a place where you will feel that pressure very much so, whether you are the dynasty, the defending champions, or not. Speaking of which, the first chinks really that we've ever seen of them have definitely come this year, and everybody stepping out there right now will know that there is at least blood in the water. It's whether or not they can find it.
I love how the desk.
I don't think anybody's playing on mouse and keyboard.
Last year, Falcons came in just a cut above
All
everybody else.
controllers.
It's not nearly
All.
the same this year.
Insane.
You have, of course, some competitors in this first lobby who are trying to usurp the throne. I'm going to be looking at, teams like Twisted Minds. One of the things we are really
I'm trying
going
to
to
see if someone's using mouse and
in
keyboard,
map
but I don't
number
think
1,
anybody.
it's going to be those drop spots. It's going to be the contests that we see across some of these big teams. Twisted Minds, one of the squads in that mix.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at a couple of different moments here early on. It's going to be that factory factory drop that's going to be incredibly busy. Leviathan in particular love to play out of factory. That surprise squad out of the
no, that mouse and
European
keyboard is
region.
just to
However,
control
Twisted Mind,
the
of course, also liking to play out of
computer
factory,
to
dominate
switch
that
through
sector.
applications.
Huge
And all.
battle going on early. An extra addition.
See,
to
everybody's
that
hands
would be
down
Fnatic, who have mentioned
below
that
the
they will
desk.
play
That means they're
side
all
if the
holding
circle
controllers.
pulls that way. So we could end up with a big
That mouse
three-way
and keyboard
head-to-head
is just
battle
to
get things going.
Hey,
use the
we covered the European qualifiers to get here, right? And that was one thing that we saw with Fnatic is that they
Because
love
the
to go
controller only
factory
works
for those
inside
first
the
kind of
game,
3 or
right,
4
not
games.
outside
And
the game.
when they did, not great games. The second they go back to bio, it looks beautiful. They have these amazing games. You see the plays of a team that we would come to know and expect. And what happens, I think, in Game 5, Game 6, they go back to factory, immediately wipe them out. So hopefully they've managed to look at some of their competition and say, hey, you know what? It maybe didn't work.
Everybody's mouse is behind the monitor or
We
away
have two
from them.
absolute juggernauts going factory. Boys, maybe we should just lock down bio.
Yeah, wouldn't be a bad idea, for
A
sure.
person who's on mouse and keyboard, the first thing they will do is they'll adjust the desk height, adjust chair height. Okay, and then constantly do this on the desk to see if the muscles feel okay, if the dimensions feel okay. It's not this simple. You should see Counter-Strike tournaments. The first 15 minutes is that only. Players just adjusting the desk and chair height.
And of course, got to talk about some of the other battles and some of the other teams that could contest.
They will not sit chill like this.
Yeah. Are here. We know how confident they're feeling. They're going to be playing out of control. They're going to
They literally get like
contested by
measuring
Monster
tape
Koi, but
and
you
they
may got a
measure
recent
it
look
from
at
the
that battle,
ground
and that was
up to
going one
make
way only.
obviously the
that was
adjustments
going all
faster.
the
They
way
have it
towards
written in
100
the
Thieves. I think
notebook.
with the EWC logo of nothing is granted,
What if you don't
everything
like
is
the
earned.
controller?
It's going to be
No, you get your
exactly
own
that. If you
controller.
want to try and earn that control drop spot, you got to go through the Thieves if you want to do it. I think what I love about
Controllers
them
are
is that when I talk
personal,
about it,
just like
yes,
mouse and
nervous at all,
keyboard.
'cause there's been some rumblings of maybe some teams trying to play spoiler, maybe making a late
get your
rotation,
own.
trying to clean up both of these two teams who are battling. And they just said, yeah, no, we know that we have the best gunny in the lobby. We are literally not afraid of anybody else. If you want to try and come take control, go for it. You're more than welcome to.
And
But
the
we have three
IEMs
players
they're
like
using
Skullface,
these
Blast,
things
and
are also
Gatecook.
their own. The
It is just
headphones
such
are
a
something
tough
that they give
scenario to
because
have. But one thing we
the
have
game
seen
audio is in
recently
the
in some
IEM,
tournaments that have been happening just
the
before
chat
the
audio
Esports
is on the
World Cup
headphones.
was Falcons. We
I'm
know they
99%
were
sure.
Stronghold. They seemingly get it for free all the time. Kind of seems to be like the Falcons repertoire that they have no matter what the tournament is. They get a POI for free. But we started to see Shifty. He starts to kind of lurk on up. And he's that player who's coming back on in and being able to play spoiler a little bit.
No, absolutely. I mean, there's a couple of different questions
Wait,
that are
hold
coming
on.
into things. Yes, it's a case of can you get involved in that control center fight cleanly. We've seen that that's not
I
really been
can't
going their
do
way recently. My apologies. But also, they
I think
might
that guy was just
actually
adjusting
have a
the
team that's
settings of the
considering
mouse,
contesting
but I
them.
did see
You and
someone
me
using
and
the
everyone
mouse.
in the chat are going to raise eyebrows a little bit because 5 Fierce have said that they will be sticking with their stronghold drop and trying to fight for control over that region. While we sit here and, of course, question that decision a little bit, there's no reason to believe that they've not surprised us so far through this year. For no reason, they could do that here on land.
The asterisk to that, though, Andy, is that they managed to hold Stronghold in qualifiers, and that was without a Falcons.
It was.
So, I mean, yeah, you're probably feeling pretty good coming on in. Maybe they've decided to swap things up. They've had a lot of time between those qualifiers and now to maybe rethink about it. These are smart players. You don't make it to the Esports World Cup just thinking, yeah, we can go ahead, we can contest the Falcons, one of the best teams in the game, and not have any worry about it. So we could see them come on through. I know Goach mentioned it in his hot take, which was that potentially all the information we know on drop spots could just be blatantly wrong. All these players have been in the lab. They've been here for a couple days. They've been at their practice setups, and that's what we're going to kind of be looking at. Where do we think players are going, and then where do they end up going?
No, absolutely. And the thing is, ladies and gentlemen, we're not bad at our jobs, believe it or not. We do the research. We do talk to all the players, of course, coming into Saudi Arabia. But it's a case of you might play that first drop and then go, actually, we've got a Bravo spot, we've got a Charlie spot. We're going to go and play around those because this alpha drop is not necessarily working for us. So it's all about those adaptations. It's all about figuring out where you want to play out of. But of course, a lot of teams here might just go with home comforts to get things started. We've got a long tournament here in Riyadh. So it's a case of, okay, do you have time to test out a couple of different strategies and find out what works best for you?
Well, one of those squads that maybe needs a secondary drop spot, it's going to be Leviathan. We're hopping in here into map number 1. Let's go to an interview with Leviathan to see how they're feeling coming on in to this first map. Welcome back, everybody, to another interview here at the Esports World Cup, and we are with one of Europe's rising squads. I think we can say that. We are here with none other than Leviathan, here with Deki, Stukex, and Lays. Talk to me about how you three came together to participate as a team, because two of you have played together for a while, but obviously you're here kind of as a brand new trio, and things are looking pretty good.
It was kind of spontaneous. We tried out, me and Deki were looking for a third. Lace was free. We tried out, it worked well.
I wanted to play with Stukes like 3 years ago. We played 2v2s and stuff like that. And I wanted to team up every time with him, but I guess he don't rated me or something. so he played with UKs and stuff. And yeah, this year it's perfect for me, perfect for him. And now we're here.
Talk to me a little bit about what's been some of your preparation that you've done for coming to the Esports World Cup. I know you guys have been scrimming. I know you guys have been playing, a lot of basically everything you possibly can. But besides out of that, what have you been doing to prepare for the event?
Watching VODs, just preparing some strats for the team we're contesting. Not a bad team, we'll see.
Is there any specific teams whose keys you want to crush, that you want to bring down that crusher on? Who are we picking?
I would say everyone is saying that Falcons.
Falcons, okay.
Champions.
Falcons. Exactly.
Falcons?
Falcons, yeah.
But again, this is day one, so they'll probably.
I was hoping to get something spicy, something good. Everybody's saying the Falcons. Everybody wants to bring them down. Besides the Falcons, give me one.
Twisted Minds.
Twisted Minds?
Number one
Kings
and
of
number
Factory?
Yeah.
Is that who you're trying to come out on top? Okay, I respect that. I like that a lot. We've had a number of teams that come out of Europe that are like looking good, but you guys have like really actually, I think, cemented yourself as a very top team overall, globally. I just want to know, what was like some of the secret sauce? Like, what was the secret to success to kind of finally, maybe just kind of poke out of just being a good team to being a great team?
We talk after every tournament, what we're doing wrong, what we should do better. When it's important to lock in, we're freaking locked. So in the finals, we played like a completely different game as in the scrims.
Well, hey, that's all we got here with Leviathan. Fantastic being able to talk to you guys. Excited to see you on land, playing, on ping, and being able to see maybe you can take down the
They have been the champions
guys
last 2
on
years.
top of Factory.
Crazy if they win it
Love
this year
being
as well.
able to talk with those boys. They are so
They were even
excited
winning
to
World
not
Series of
only
Warzone,
be
I think.
here, but to also represent their country. 1 Austrian, 2 Germans looking to make their move here. You heard about the
One
prep.
Austrian, 2
Let's see if it pays
Germans.
off.
No, absolutely, and I love that you bring up representing their country. Of course, an important thing for every player here, but especially for our European brethren. There's so much in terms of different cultures here. A lot of our players know how important it is to carry that flag on their back and represent for everyone back home. But you're going to have to do that, of course, against some of the best players to have ever played the game. And in front of you are certainly those three, in Biffle, Soka, and Shifty. All eyes on them as they defend their throne here in Riyadh. This is where they started to put the nail in the coffin to cement that dynasty in 2024. In 2025, it's about how
Nobody's
much has
using,
that
everybody's
gap
on
closed.
controller.
Of course, many teams here are going to be trying to show us on the first day, but it's about keeping a couple of tricks up your sleeve as well. Again, a long tournament in Riyadh, and Twisted Minds are going to be one of those squads looking to make an early statement. They have their base here on the street. It is 30 seconds away from where we're standing, an impressive place, but they will be also backed here by a home crowd.
Yeah, and I think that's really, really fun to watch. We have a couple of home crowd teams that they're going to have some energy in the arena. We also have some people who are maybe not the home crowd team, but we'll see them a little bit later. I know
Different
Gentlemates,
companies,
they
different
have brought
models.
a large part of their fan base here as well, looking to get loud for their squad. So very excited
These
to hear
people
this
that don't
crowd.
even have
Very
gaming
excited to watch
keyboards,
how some of these
those are
teams are
like-
going to go ahead and perform. When we kind of talk
Office
about this
keyboards from
first group
2015.
here, Andy, let's kind of maybe dive into the weeds. I'm going
It's just
swimming,
that they
baby.
know it's not going to
Group
get
A
used. They're just there to
versus
navigate the
Group B,
system.
just
so
to kickstart
any
us
keyboard
off, right?
works.
So when we kind of look at some of the teams, we highlighted some of the contests that we have here. But what I'd like you to do, highlight me one squad that we're about to see in this first lobby that you think maybe people are overlooking, who, they're not one of the juggernauts, but maybe a thorn in the side for some of the top teams.
I'm really looking forward to seeing how this Gamax Esports roster play. This is the Puerto Ricans. They come out of North America placing 6th. I think that was a surprise to everybody last year. You saw Tenex, Ilalam, and J-Tech playing alongside each other. They surprised everybody again here in the Esports World Cup and through the competitive year in general. They then lose. J-Tech, he goes on to find fortune with the FaZe clan. And then it's a case of, okay, we feel like these boys aren't going to be a part of the conversation. They bring in Sucre, and they look even better, if anything, which is saying something because J-Tech is a phenomenal individual talent. They play out of docks or industry or headquarters. They actually have 3 different drop spots. They've done a lot of VOD review, a lot of planning, a lot of prepping, and they're definitely coming into this intending to third-party some of these big team fights. And one of the things that I really like about that strategy, my friend, that control center battle. We talked about it. There's going to be 4 different squads potentially at points fighting over that. They're looking to come in, clean up the pieces, and walk away with a lot of points.
To counter that, though, one thing we have seen in execution is sometimes if 100 Thieves win that battle for Control Center, I gotta say, there are a few things scarier than life than Skullface with a gun in his hand. And as your anchor who looks to just hold down that roof and stay up there, there's been a lot of times where that team is trying to play out of that boat side.
I only
and
missed
next
who you're
thing you
talking
know, you're
about.
just getting shots downrange from the top of control, and your team is getting farmed. So it's really going to be about understanding that timing. When do we move up from that control center boat? When do we try to activate and be the
So the
cleanup
city
crew
is
you're
called
really looking to be? Because if they can manage to make that happen, GAMAX gains a ton of space on the map.
Apparently
They go
it's a
ahead, they
city.
loot out all the boat, they move up to control, they
Or
clean it on
something.
out. Well, okay, what's
In
going to happen?
Riyadh.
A team's going to regain
I
boat
thought
with
Riyadh
the
was a city.
4
I don't
crates
know.
that are on the entire thing. Have fun, okay. And the second you see somebody flying in from the sky, you know that GAMAX is going to rotate down and clean them on up.
Yeah, I mean, I love the call out. I think it's very important here to talk about the different strats that are coming in for these various teams. And I think that one of the things to remember, ladies and gentlemen, is that this is group
And
stages.
this event is
is not
sponsored
about
by that
winning the
city
match.
itself.
This is about
Crazy.
placing at the higher end to obviously see off that multiplier, but picking up a ton of kills. You finish in the top 7, you book your ticket guaranteed to grand finals. Everyone beneath will be put into that last chance qualifier. If you are that GAMAX roster, you go around farming up a couple of kills, nice and easy and early, get yourself a decent multiplier. You don't need to stand out on the map. You'll get your ticket to grand finals.
Yes. Dude, so much to talk about with a lot of these different teams, and I feel like there's just so many things we can talk about. Because reminder, folks, this is only 14 of our total 21 squads. We're gonna play 3 games here, and afterwards we're gonna go ahead, get Group B off the stage, get Group C on in, and we're gonna have A versus C battling it out. Whole brand new amount of teams. Absolutely, just more chaos being infused on the map. So keep your eyes peeled for some of the differences between those 2 lobbies. But back to AVB, you brought up J-Tech in that little talk of GAMAX, and where he's now come on over and played against FaZe Clan. I think that this is a squad we really should keep our eyes on. You know, they have a potential. They're going to land top prison, what they've go ahead and told us. But I think they are going to maybe get a little mixy, because in the North American qualifiers, they surprised a lot of teams by being able to come on in. They ended 5th overall, which out of 7th maybe isn't the best, probably wanted to do better, but hey, they made it here, and that's what the important part. And there's anything that we can't do is count out flanked. That guy is always going to be able to get to land, surprise a lot of us in previous tournaments when he's been able to get there. And I like that he's able to have J-Tech with him, but also Clumsy. I can't stop shouting out this guy Clumsy enough, because he is just a Rebirth only content creator. He's a Rebirth only Reaper, and he's kind of one of these sort of secret weapons that we have in the community who, oh, you need somebody to come in and fry out on Rebirth Island? Clumsy is your guy. He's done it time and time again. He did it in the qualifiers, and I'm really excited to see if he can do it here, silence the haters, and do it on land.
Now, I love that you are talking about that team, but another squad that I think is very important is one actually coming in from our MENA region. This is going to be EVOS Esports. They will be, of course, up against some of our best teams in the world, but we actually got the chance to catch up with them before we load in here in Riyadh.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross, and I'm here at the Esports World Cup with EVOS. I'm joined by Robstar, Showstopper, and Jawad. Guys, welcome. How are we feeling, boys? Feeling fresh? Feeling ready to go?
Feeling good, excited to play. Can't wait.
Feeling great.
Yeah.
You feeling even better, my friend. You live here.
Yeah, it's 20-minute drive. Feels good.
Guys, tell me about how your team came together. How did EVOS come to be what it is now on this couch?
Me and Jawad were teaming up with a different third at the start of the year, but then I saw that Rob was a free agent at one point. I sent him a DM and seen what he was up to, and asked him to play with us, and here we are.
Me and Shaw have also known each other and wanted to team with each other since Warzone 2.
Yeah.
But we never had the opportunity till obviously this year. I obviously become free agent, and then Shaw hit me up and went from there.
What has been one of the keys for you guys in preparing for a tournament like this?
Mentality.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had much practice because there's not been any scrims. We're the underdog this weekend, so we know there's less pressure on us to not do so well, so we can play better from it, I think.
Are there any teams you are really looking forward to playing or coming across in game?
Yeah, AG Global.
Why is that, Show? So what is it? Is there any drama there or any history?
We're just taking our landing spot, their landing spot.
Excellent. Whereabouts is that landing spot?
Headquarters.
So you'll be the kings of headquarters?
We will be. We've got Robbie Boy here. He's been doing it for time in HQ.
Yeah, I'm going to make sure that tower's mine.
That's a great thing to look forward for. Joad, you split from Hamoud. You've both been still able to qualify from the MENA region, which is wonderful. Do you see EXO Esports as friendly competition, or is there anything else there?
I mean, yeah, he's still my friend. Hopefully they can do good in game. Maybe not.
That's good. That's wonderful. Again, guys, thank you so much for your time. Thanks for
What are
coming in.
you
I wish you the
doing?
best of luck in the tournament. Anything you'd like to say to the fans, supporters back home?
Everyone that's going to be supporting us, we appreciate you guys. And thank you for having us as well.
Thank you.
I've been Ross.
Like fangirl over the gameplay.
See you in the
This
next
is
one.
what esports is about. Right?
Man, I just want Jawad to be my best friend. He's going against his competitor, says, hey, I just hope they play good. I hope they do well.
Yeah, no, an incredible man indeed. And of course, you will recognize him under the name of Zix, who came 12th last year. Huge breakout, massive performance. But it's also a case that they were talking there about their drop location, playing in at headquarters. Really important that they managed to win that, put Robstar in that position, because that is the linchpin to their success.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, looks like we're getting ready to load on in to map number 1 here at the Esports World Cup for Call of Duty Warzone.
They took almost an hour.
This is the start of a journey. You need to play good through this group stage if you want to just surpass the last chance elimination bracket and get to those finals. Let's get ready. Let's hop on in, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 1. We will see
Giving me
teams
flashbacks.
head to pretty familiar locations, majoritively across the board.
I was
here,
shit
to get a
scared
quick
when
look
we were
and some
playing.
of these wide cams. Of course, bioweapons
Dude,
going to be
nobody went to
Fnatic's
bio.
drop. We'll have, of course, their anchor stood out on the submarine. And for a lot of these squads now, quickly loot, quickly try and find a couple of fights. And Robstar is going to kick things off here in Saudi Arabia with a kill onto the squad out of Argentina. Goodbye being found in the feed.
Yeah, this is something that we knew, is that sort of this industries side is going to be free, but look at Control. We have this fight brewing. They know it, they love it, they want some more of it, baby. 100 Thieves gonna try and bring it to Movistar Koi. Now this is a little bit, if you're
Already have
just tuning on
trophies
in,
up and
par for the
everything.
course, what we see with this battle, it's usually one team tries to land below, another team likes to go ahead, try and take that roof, and then it's just all about who can get that first
Their anchor
blood
is outside,
and start
in
to
the
move
open.
on forward. So for Movistar Koi, it's just going to be about maybe trying to watch this zip line. Is anybody from 100 Thieves trying to maybe make a play? You got Go Clamp on the outside looking for the trade, and well, Blast looks like he maybe extends just a little bit too much.
Yeah, Go Clamp catches him, so for all the talk...
Oh, I would imagine he just shot through the smoke. Free kill.
Position to be in
Oh,
if
they're
you
gonna
are
kill.
going to be the Movistar Koi roster. Skullface
100 Thieves,
engaged,
one guy's
trying to
already dead.
buy time here, just backing off, try and reset
Two are
the
getting
fight,
chased.
get Blast
Oh,
back
good
in.
SMG.
Short timer at this period of the map, so it will come through, but you now lose Gabe as well, so Movistar profiting in these early
What?
fights and, well, make it a 2v1 for a moment, but
Shooting his teammate
kind of
crazy.
just an opportunity for players to get back in, set things here, but 100 Thieves here being rolled up on by a different squad.
Yeah, this is going to be VKA, who's actually coming on through and looking to maybe get a little bit active, but Blast coming in from that resurgence. He's been able to find one, but he was not expecting to find Vidati and Kazu moving their way up the stairs. So for 100 Thieves, they might have to go ahead, back off this control right now, because when you have a duo moving on in like that, it's about to get spicy. This battle for control already surprising us here. It looks like we thought Gamax going to be the team moving up from the boat. Nope, it is going to be VKA.
Yeah, plenty of differences in the look of this fight as opposed to just a few short days ago. Vidat going to be up top here. It's going to be the French trying to find a way to break in. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, these guys weren't supposed to even be here, so every opportunity that they get is certainly one that they will aim to seize. We get a look over towards Prison. No surprise to anyone to find there's going to be multiple teams scrapping over this. This is CT Gaming up against Rock Esports. Right now, CT just going to hold the rooftop for now. We'll give them a look out over the lay of the land around them. To whether they can find a couple of freebies, but Rock have company. We'll find Prod picking up Marty, so it's all about finding the rest of the players as quickly as possible, but sticking nice and tight and together. Will be Extra J backed on down. You're going to get on the hunt.
Yeah, I think you need to fly on forward right now if you are Rock Esports. I think you want to try and get that team on out. Extra J maybe try to make his way on over to that buy station by Grandma's. Got to be careful, though, because it is going to be EVOS in that Grandma's house. They could cut you on down, but great finds right now from Rock Esports. I love that they're playing the roof of Prison right now, because they're going to be able to look towards that sky, and any of those players coming in from Resurgence, we've seen it time and time again, where it's just guns up,
bro.
and as you go ahead, drop back in, try and get your feet on the map, guess what? You are taken on out yet again, and it could be some easy licks. I'm looking at that kill feed, though, Enigma, and it just seems everybody here in game one.
They go out for loadout, they die.
No, definitely not. Trying to make early statements. As said, we get a quick look at Dekiago. This is going to be, of course, Leviathan. Find Big Blood onto Twisted Minds, bully them away. We said that this fight was going to be huge. This Leviathan's roster have surprised everybody in Europe with how they've performed, stepping on through, smashing through the qualifiers, and dominate here to force Twisted Minds all the way up into Harbor. Definitely not what would have been in the script.
Yeah, we've seen Almond time and time again. He loves to push off this and go play towards that red roof side, so no surprise to see them back on over towards that Harbor area. You can see, thanks to our Codcaster, where they're going to go ahead and play on down below. Rock continuing to hold this rooftop at Wars with a sniper in hand, is looking to get a little active. Now, this is something we've seen kind of evolve in Warzone over the last sort of month or two. Players are starting to realize, hey, having something like an HDR or a Frostline in your hands, even though it can't get you that one-shot potential that you're looking for, what you're going to do is try and get that crack. So, huge moments there.
Ops will be here tomorrow,
it looks like they are on the hunt for Twisted Minds.
They are indeed.
And somehow 2 teams from Asia Pacific have qualified, man.
The problem is they can't
Ops and Navi.
They will eventually run into chemical engineering, which will have a member of the FaZe clan in it for now. But, I mean, you don't want to get caught in a little bit of a pinch. We get a first look in with the Falcons, who've rotated in from Stronghold.
They showed Ops team, but I don't think abhi to group 1 ka chal raha hai.
Shot by Jawad. They're fleeing for their lives, and Shifty, well, he's not going to
let them get away. I don't know how Navi got in.
He already has 2 kills to his name, starting off.
We worked so hard to bring them down.
Slide on
Other like see today, Navi is in the finals.
Third player going to be flying on in, so if you can get boots on the ground, maybe grab a couple of guns and try and turn this fight into a 3v2, that could be a great way to cut on down the Falcons. Right into the Falcons, they get the sense that they don't want to overextend too much. And Armor Crack comes on through as those players
painful
drop on down
days,
towards
bro,
the
I swear.
showers. If there's anything we know about Shifty, he's going to be the one to push on forward. Jawad just trying to stay alive here, and Shifty down below.
Shifty.
He's fallen into the trap of Rock Esports. He's taken on down Envision. Puts down Diaz. Biffle. We are on land, ladies and gentlemen. No ping diff here this time.
No, so many teams collapse into the same area, but we've rolled
no ping difference here
with the
this time.
majority of the kills on multiple teams as well. The only reason you survive if you are the Falcons, you get Soka finding a kill onto Alato and escaping through the backside. So they
I wonder who got wiped
by headquarters, and Rocky Sports continue to hunt. Vision has 4 already. A great start for the European team.
Yeah, you love to see this from Rock. It was through the EU quals. They were very slow on the first 4 maps, but then just absolutely went light speed on the back half to qualify their way here towards the Esports World Cup. And well,
that guy just broke his legs.
We're seeing here for everybody at home, it's exactly how they were able to do it.
Showstopper just broke his legs.
So many of these different areas around the map.
And then I'm gonna address that. But when I miss a little aim, they're like, ooh, shaky aim guy.
Putting a thorn in the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, I'm seeing 3 on the board as well for Warz. That's 7 between 2. You could assume that they're up towards 10 kills.
Never get over that bullshit.
And Warz punches a rifle shot straight through the chest of Vale. But by the way, keep an eye on the feed off to the side here. Twisted Minds are still in the blender. Leviathan haven't left them to breathe for a second, hunting them down. Falcons aren't in a wonderful position either. Tucked inside Grandma's, waiting for Shifty to get back in here and desperately trying to rotate away. Let's find out exactly how they're going to make that happen with a listen-in.
Get those guns. I need to go back to the fucking roof so they can't just keep peeking you guys.
Oh, he's on the close corner. You're not gonna be able to see him though. He's like right.
I know, but just me being here, you know what I mean? Keeps him there. You guys can get an advance with my money that I dropped. And we can do the recon too.
He's on top. He's on top. He's literally on top prison. They might OE for this peak.
I'm climbing. I gotta climb. Hold on. I gotta climb. I'm literally about to be on the roof.
Yeah.
Oh shit. No, he saw him.
Dead. I got one.
I'm gonna die. Get a third.
Got 2.
Nice. Yeah, but full.
Last one's over here. No. Last one's over there. I can't tell if he's first or not.
Hop in the van.
They're on the roof. He can peek you from there.
Yeah, no.
Just stay away from him. Look, they still need one to spawn back, by the way. You heard?
I'm popping in advance now.
I'm waiting. You guys should work this. We should work top prison, bro.
Yeah. I see him there. I can get guns right here. I just got land. Look over again. Look over.
Falcons comms looking good, showcasing how they're able to get to this point where Soka, even as the IGL, he's in the tower and he has 3 kills. However, they are getting a little bit surrounded by this Evost roster. That is here, but Robstar maybe gets a little bit too big for his bridges. Cut on down, and Soka, well, Cypher 91 in hand. He's going to go ahead and get some of the shots in on Jawad.
And Showstopper gets knocked in the back as
Bro,
well.
Prodigy's team might third party then.
Robstar, but it can't be great for now. All the great work from Evos potentially undone in that moment. But yeah, going back to that listening, so calm from the boys, despite them being in a horrible position. And speaking of which, Twisted Minds continue to suffer. Just 1 player left, and they're being surrounded by Lays, by Stukex, getting on the hunt. Smitty in a corner.
Oh, nice.
Twisted Twisted Minds, the third team to fall here. A juggernaut slaughtered over
Twisted Mind
towards
got
the
knocked out.
harbour side. This European squad are proving nice and early they're here to play.
I mean, it's only game number 1, folks, but already Leviathan, they've taken this fight many, many times, playing from Germany, playing against this
9
team
freaking kills,
over
Lays.
in America, but here on land, things
insane.
hit just a little bit different, and they might be the momentum they want for the rest of this group stage. So a huge win there.
I don't think anybody else,
Action happening
any
on
other
that
team
side of
has
the map,
that
but
many
where the
kills.
action is happening, well, look where its VKA is, over on the other side of the map. Glad to see 100 Thieves. They've managed to stabilize and looking to get maybe a little bit of revenge for that early game fight on the VKA. A couple of blast traps sitting on down will maybe stop them in their tracks. Blast moves on forward with the help of Skullface. Finds Kazu, but Aizen is there for a fantastic trade. But you are down a player.
Yeah, so
You
they
have
should
to
be number
careful
1
how you
for
want to
now.
play
Let's see.
this fight. Just barely misses
Because
a
Lays
sniper shot
himself
coming
just
by
had
your
9
dome, and
kills.
well, you're playing in and around these shipping containers, trying to lose not only the ire of 100 Thieves,
Just
but
wanna see if
also
Wobbs gets
the
his 20
ire of
kills tomorrow.
Movistar
He
Koi,
won't.
who have managed to get back into
There's
control.
no way.
They have indeed. The one thing, if you are this French roster, if you can survive for long enough,
It's land,
Circle's
bro.
going to move everybody out of this region, and even Movistar for control, so they would have had a moment to breathe, but never mind. Aizen will fall in the feed, and your gentleman will have to come back in elsewhere. A quick look
We'll see.
at
Obbs
where
and
everyone
Navi
starts to
most
set
likely
on
will be in
up.
the
It
same
be
group,
CT
let's
Gaming
see.
roster approaching from industry side. They're going to roll across 2 different teams momentarily. Resolve trying to put a couple of shots in. The one problem I'm seeing here is no kills on the board.
Yes.
And, well, at this point, everything starts to get a little bit tighter. It becomes a little bit
I
more
still
difficult.
remember
If you
that
are
first
needing
match,
points at
man.
this stage of the map, you may be put into
In
spots
the,
that could cause you
I think it was
problems.
close
Soka will try
qualifiers
and
or
trade out
something
on
where
Shifty, who's knocked, just trying to provide the coverage
Wobbs
right now.
freaking came
Backslays down,
running,
the
bro.
nade misses.
Running,
And Soka, he's
sprinting
worried
at
about
us.
all the
White
different
beater.
angles.
I
He's
don't know
looking to
what
control this fight best he can.
I think he had 30 kills, just him. He had 30 kills.
Back on up. Are you going to have the opportunity to
Like,
stick
kya
this
hua ye?
res? It's going to be very tough when Rock is just lurking on the other side. I don't know if they're going to hear this res come on through. No, they go ahead. They back on up just a little bit. Opportunity where they could activate and absolutely take down the Falcons, or at least bring
I mean,
them down
I've
to just a
seen,
single player. Before Leviathan,
Biffle's
even
live
though we just
stream,
watched a
I have
fantastic fight against the
seen,
Twisted Minds, they're already getting thrown into the blender just a tad.
Who's number 1 in
A
Warzone
fight
right
against
now?
the Falcons up towards
Brand?
prison. It's going to force them down below. You get some
forgot
shots
his
onto
name.
that team going into the well.
I've seen
and
his
it's
live
just
stream.
not
They
enough.
all
So
miss
let's go ahead.
shots,
Let's
bro.
take a
Long
swim.
range
Let's go for a little bit
on
of
the
a
controller.
rotation on in. But I don't know, Enigma.
For
I'm
these
looking
teams
at this
and
zone,
regional
and they still have to make their way
qualifiers,
all the way inland.
Yeah, this couldn't be a worse ball for Leviathan. It couldn't be much worse either when Fnatic are stood above you. Engine will find one. That's going to be his 8th down so far. Likely the 8th kill. Involved in this as well are going to be CT Gaming.
Oh, he fucked up.
Dives, potentially makes the wrong call. And what's that? Get over aggressive. Patsuka trying to help him out.
His timing was like a second off.
Fnatic have sold. And somehow Leviathan have a player in this. CT Gaming going to continue to press.
Your EU team's about to get wiped, then,
You don't really have a route out of there.
Last guy, Lays.
Lays
has 11 kills.
His teammates, and above him, one solo member of Fnatic will slip on by Zakar.
They won't be able to buy back those. Resurgence on. Resurgence is on.
Yeah, reminder, folks, placement multipliers don't mean anything if you don't have the points to back them on up. And well, for Leviathan, it's already looking good. 100 Thieves trying to go ahead, hold out.
No, there are way
CT Gaming
more
where
teams
they can.
from
You
EU.
lose Blast in the process. Skull, shots
I think
going
there
across
has to be
onto
like
Lays, and it is
around
just a battle out here in the gas.
8 or
Skull, he goes
12,
ahead,
16,
he
I don't
turns,
remember
he
how
burns,
many,
he's
but
good
there are a
for
lot of
one.
teams from
He
EU.
finds Zakar. FaZe, they've decided to move on down too. Can you bring down JTech? No, you
There are
cannot.
5 or 6 groups,
16
right? This
eliminated.
is just
Going to
group
be
1.
100 Thieves. FaZe Clan, they've been able to come on down, but JTech trying to hit the ladder gets found by Extra J. Last player alive for CT Gaming. Not going to be enough, but hey, guess what you did? You found one more kill, and you didn't even give that kill up to any other team in the lobby. Top 3.
Will be one member of the Falcons too. Actually, as one dives out in
My
towards
God,
the water.
dude,
You've also
Warzone's
got
team is
full
still
team of
here.
Rock Esports ready for this final fight.
Diaz Biffle down below. You can see the teammates flying on in. If you see this, if you're Rock Esports, you might go ahead and try and move on forward.
Yeah,
Soka on the outside. He's not going to be able to do it against Clumsy. Clumsy gets the knock on to Soka and is finding him. Shifty. He's been able to bring down Prodigy on the other side.
Third party.
He's trying to be able to stay alive,
Still
but
going.
Clumsy finds a second kill against the Falcons. He's still alive. It's just not enough. Diaz Biffle, he'll clean up the FaZe Clan,
1v2.
but it is a 1v2 now for here in game number 1.
Dude,
Vision
Biffle's outside
going ahead and
zone,
trying to
man.
play on this outside. Surge
surges on forward. Snake's coming on through, but it's an LC10 right into the face of DS Biffle. Rock Esports.
iVision is also an EU team. I've been in their lobby
here at the Esports
lots of times in Modern
Beautiful
Warfare
play
2.
from Rock. Nice and early. They profited with so many kills in prison, and we've spoken about it for years at this point. You get those early kills, you can play for position, play for that multiplier.
iVision is often like I'm often using my lobby.
Let everything else unfold and then collapse on the scratch.
That also
and towards
is
the end,
from
they're the only squad with a full
definitely
team
that
of
team is
three
from you.
ready to smother the Falcons and seal the deal. And honestly, looking at our board here, my
Wait,
friend, I
iVision
think it's going to be these
is that
boys
an
out of Europe who
Australian
are
team?
looking
I
towards
think
the top of that
iVision are from
leaderboard,
Australia, not
considering just
EU.
how many kills they had in the early stages.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be fantastic. And you saw all smiles from them. And we cut over to the Falcons and Soka, the IGL. He's already given them the tips on how maybe they could have played that a little bit better. There was an opportunity for the Falcons to fully regain as a 3 and maybe play a little bit of a spoiler to Rock, but they just get split up too much. And I got to give some credit. We gave him some credit at the top of the show. Clumsy goes huge to find basically 2 different 1v1s against
Europe,
the
sorry, not
Falcons.
Australia.
Let's take a look at
Only
some of
2
these
teams from
moments,
Australia
though,
have
through
gone.
that map. I mean, these
Then,
final moments were just absolutely crazy.
Navi.
Clumsy here with that 1v2. No, absolutely. I mean, you do have, of course, the Falcons trying to put up a fight towards the end. FaZe, you mentioned Clumsy himself, going absolutely nuclear.
Wait,
So
I
many
just
players
realized
trying
maybe
to
the
show what they
Australian
can do,
Navi
but
didn't
for a moment,
qualify.
we're
Maybe
gonna
this
take a
Navi
breath,
is
ladies
from
and
EU.
gentlemen. We'll see you on the other side of a quick break.
No, but then I saw Teeny's name, right? Teeny was in Navi, right? No? Teeny was in Ops team. Teeny was in Ops team. I didn't see the Navi team, so yeah, it must be an EU team because Navi is an EU crew.
Level up your gaming experience with over 8 billion playlists.
But I don't know, like a
only
team
on
can participate in
Spotify.
2 different regions. That's
Official
insane.
audio streaming partner for the 2025 Esports World Cup.
who?
Yeah, oh, bringing that beam from the left.
Wait, no. Hold them all in zone. Wait,
landing in.
It says 1 AM PDT. That's 1:30 for me. Oh, maybe he's gonna start the stream early.
Right. We're gonna get pushed out on the right.
August say 1 AM PDT.
I need the fucking smoke.
I have a smoke. I nearly have a smoke.
1:30. It's in the afternoon. I can make it.
2v1. Let me. I'm throwing a smoke and then we challenge together. I smoked it. I'm pushing you. I'm a little bit late. I'm here. Hey, challenge you.
Also, why is EWC
Let's go.
Come on, then.
streaming in 1080p only?
Go, man.
Rock Esports already feeling it here after game
Rock
number
Esports.
1. 2/3 of this team came in 4th at the Esports World Cup last year and looking to maybe get a little bit better here, but it's only one game, ladies and gentlemen. Still an opportunity to have a blunder, but hey, if they just
they're
play
showing
like they
the
did in
lobby
that game
codes,
number
I
1,
think.
I don't know if we're going to see it.
No, absolutely. I mean, it's been a weird year for them. I think a lot of people saw them come together and felt in the resurgence format they're going to be incredibly strong. Came 6th in qualifiers, so looked a little bit slower than they needed to, but straight away here, map 1, proving that they are well and truly looking the true beast on LAN. Of course, managing to close off that map 1, but it's also going back to those initial fights. Prison's a difficult spot to land, can easily put you into a bit of a blender, but they managed to survive that, and if anything, thrive amongst it. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, it's all about how they look on that leaderboard after winning map 1. And we're going to take a quick glance here. You
Rock
will
Esports
further
Europe.
top the pile if you're Rock Esports, but I gotta say, my friend, as we take a quick glance over this, the biggest talking point for me has got to be Fnatic in 2nd, because they're 2 points behind and they sold.
Yeah, they absolutely sell, but I don't know if we can really even still call it a sell if you're only 2 points behind the team that take the dub with 25 elims that are there.
Falcon
really
are
impressive. And the Falcons, even though they come in 2nd, they have 18 eliminations to their squad, 23.8. It's a nice little cluster here at the top with this grouping of basically a lot of these teams in 22 and on top. I got to give a shout out to Movistar Koi also being in there. We didn't see a ton of them throughout
think
the
5
game.
kills
We saw
got
that
wiped out
engagement very early on,
0
100
kills.
Thieves, and kind of when we tune back on into control at the end game, they're still alive and well. They're holding down the POI, so obviously able to farm just a little bit. And then it's basically a bit of a chasm here. Leviathan getting taken on out with 15 eliminations, 16.8, but they are tied with FaZe Clan, who are 2 eliminations behind, but they're just a little bit better on that placement multiplier.
Yeah, the placement multiplier showing off there how important it can be. Looking at the opposite end of the scale, 5 Fears, this is the team that surprised everybody really in terms of qualifying. They were the first team out, landed on Industries, and sometimes that can happen, right? We've seen teams land, get pretty quickly wiped, and it ends up a very disappointing map for you to start things off. Not necessarily a statement of how their afternoon may continue or their tournament may continue, but certainly a couple of things that they need to fix coming into the rest of the day. It will, of course, be the Twisted Minds down there on just the 4 points after map 1. That's one of our juggernauts here in Riyadh. We're expecting them to do much, much better, but they felt the force of that Leviathan roster. That European squad of Deki, Lays, and StuKex were hunting them out of factory and along the entire harbour. For Twisted Minds, they've got to fix that up pretty quickly. As much as they are a team that can take over any map at any moment, that's a statement right there.
Yeah, I will give Twisted Minds some credit, though. They are a squad who, they normally, it feels like in some events, will come out and have a flat 2 or 3 games, but then start to pick it on up, right? Yes. So we are only playing 3 games in this A versus B, but for them, the aggression doesn't stop, because, reminder, folks, Leviathan, they are in the same group as Twisted Minds, okay? So it's not like one of these situations where, oh, when we're playing this group, somebody's going to contest our drop spot, and we just got to figure out while we're playing against them. It's like, no, every single game, you're going to have to do this. So if I'm the Twisted Minds, I think that A, you're probably feeling pretty good about getting reps against this team. Good chance both of these squads make it to that top 7 to be able to get to our finals day, but it's also enough reps of how do they play this. Do you go ahead? Do you try and enact a plan B? Do you try and make something happen? The squad, Twisted Minds, they have the mental fortitude they need, right? That's why you bring in a player like Almond. He brings a lot of that energy. He knows what it's like to be here and try and be able to kind of lead this team to victory. So while a not great game number 1 here for the Twisted Minds, I have no doubt in my mind they will go ahead and bounce back.
No, I love that you call that Almond as well. That is an important point here as you look at the players sat in the venue. It's about getting your leaders into that talking position and saying, look, boys, it was just a bad map 1. Happens every now and again, calming the nerves, settling the energy, and simply going again with the specific game plan. A lot of our players out here will, of course, be led by various people, none better than that man, Hisoka. And we did get to listen in with the Falcons during that map, and we got a real good look at why they are the world's best. Put in a very difficult position early on. It was a tough rotation from them out of Stronghold, and just as it looked like things were going to go south for them, they do the classic Falcons, which is to smash a hole in the team that was trying to hold them. It was the E4C Sports. But I heard Soka calling out things like, I'm going to position myself here, I'm not trying to do anything, I'm just trying to keep EVOS where they are. And moments like that, with playing that mental game out there on the map, no one able to counter that in the situation. It allows Falcons to bounce on through prison and into that end game.
And I think that's sort of what we call the intangibles in Warzone, right? And that's a lot of what Soka brings to this Falcons roster. He's not just the best gunning, he's not just the best IGL, but it's moments like that where you're going to see is what separates them from a lot of other teams. I love that you bring it up because it is true. Like the fact that he's able to call out, hey, I'm just creating pressure here. I'm creating aggression. I'm trying to draw all of the lines of sight towards me. And that's exactly what happens, right? Because while he's getting some shots onto Showstopper, who's on the top of prison, he's able to kind of hold them there, hold EVOS in that position, and we see Shifty and Biffle just kind of running through as a duo up through those stairs, just trying to be able to then maybe, help out Hisoka and then push down that team and be able to get them. So great work from that squad. We said it before the break. I want to talk about it again, though. Great work from FaZe as well. We saw them kind of near the top of the leaderboard as well, and like to see them kind of come on down and in those late game scenarios get active. We see them jump on over the wall. Clumsy, he's able to find a lot of kills, and he's able to just pick apart two members of the Falcons very easily as well. So flanked, and J-Tech and of course Clumsy representing FaZe Clan doing a great job there in game number 1.
Yeah, indeed. And this is a team that we've kind of highlighted as a little bit of that underdog. They were 7th in the qualifiers, only just making it through. But they are this kind of weird dark horse team, and we can't count Flanked out online, quite frankly. We've tried for years, and every time he bounces back with a ridiculous performance. Last year, he managing to pick up 5th in the World Series. Unfortunately, couldn't make it to the Esports World Cup, but showing yet again that he was able to overcome everyone else's expectations and lead his team to glory. It is a case with J-Tech and Clumsy. You've got a roster there that just feels mechanically disgusting. And we get to that look, of course, towards the end with the 2 victories against Falcons players who are, of course, some of the best shooters in the world. And it's a huge crest to be carrying on your chest. We have a lot of huge orgs here, but FaZe Clan, they're arguably up there with the very, very biggest in our space.
Well, we can't talk Call of Duty without talking FaZe, right? I mean, you can do it to FaZe up. It has become part of our nomenclature, part of our history. And, well, Flanked, he's been a big part of that, at least in Warzone as well, of cementing their mark here. So glad to see them continuing to do that. I want to talk about sort of some of the other squads that were rotating around there. We saw CT Gaming, right, get a little bit active early on. And one team, the team on your screen right now, that maybe didn't get as active as they would have liked, 5 Fears, actually our first team taken on out. And we had the questions, are they going to go ahead? Are they going to try and contest Stronghold? That isn't the case. They drop Industries, and what happens? Well, they get immediately fried by a couple of the teams around them.
Yeah, it's difficult for 5 Fears because they obviously qualify knowing that the Falcons didn't have to take part in the qualifiers through that Stronghold drop. Gives you so much lay of the land, so much room, and also no one else is playing over there because they know it belongs to the Falcons. They're not willing to practice that strategy that they're not going to use on land. For 5 Fears, it was their ticket to get them here, so it's fair play, but now it's a case of, okay, if you manage to adapt into a different location. Early signs are not great, but of course it's only been 1 map, so an opportunity for them to bounce back from that. But these are 3 players who they know they've got a huge pair of eyes watching them right now as everyone expects them to prove that they deserve to be here. In Scythe, Big Man, Anxiety. Their first LAN, that's also something to factor in, of course. Can be very nerve-wracking out there. They've already talked about the environment, the pit that you are literally in here in Riyadh. So yeah, of course, paying attention to what they do after this. They are in Group B, so they will be able to get rid of the Falcons at some point, and it'll be interesting to see if they change up and get better from that point on.
No, I mean, it's a great shout. I would love to watch them, kind of go ahead, bounce back. That's really what we're looking at here in game number 2. It's can our teams who performed well, can they maintain that momentum? And the top squads that maybe didn't have a sort of great number 1, can we see them go ahead? Can they bounce back on in? And that is really sort of my question for 100 Thieves. We see them kind of get a little bit scuffled into that first engagement. Thanks to the team of VKA, who, like you mentioned, shouldn't even be here. They actually are going to be the squad that move on up from that control boat. And then they're playing a little bit of a spoiler against, the remnants of those 2 teams that are there. So number 1, with that, I love seeing VKA get a little active there in game number 1. It'd be very easy, I think, for them to come into this tournament and just say, hey, we're just going to go ahead. We've had really no reps against these teams. They're a formidable squad, don't get me wrong, but they probably, are just like, hey, but that's kind of the reality and the fun of some of these teams that maybe are being overlooked is sometimes they come in with this attitude of like, I got nothing to prove, baby. Yeah, why not push the 100 Thieves?
Well, I spoke to them literally 2 days ago, and they said that we feel like we have zero pressure. There's no reason for
Nobody
us to feel.
expects them to do it.
No one expects them to do a damn thing. They come bottom of the pile, fair enough. You weren't supposed to be here in the first place. They feel great about this, but also that plays for me against one of their big weaknesses, because one of their huge weaknesses of this team is that they're mental. If they start slowly, they can really struggle to get out of that spiral. But if you're not feeling pressure, you shouldn't enter that spiral in the first place. You should be feeling pretty damn good out there. So if they're going to fly at everything, they're going to make things interesting, and that will, of course, give us and all of you in chat an opportunity to very much so watch some mixy fights as they try and squeeze in on everybody else from that control boat. The rotation that they have is very variable, and they're looking to set themselves up for all sorts of different circles. So a team that, if they have done a bit of odd review, could surprise us here in Riyadh.
I mean, and if you're 100 Thieves or even Movistar Koi, hopefully you're making that realization that you just had a team roll up on you that you maybe weren't expecting to happen. So how do you go ahead? How do you adjust? Maybe for 100 Thieves, it's, hey, we need to play just a little bit slower. We saw off that opening engagement. I love the positioning from Goat Clamp, right? To kind of play off of the main control building, and he's playing more over towards where the buy station is with a couple of those boxes, and he's just waiting patiently for somebody to try and make that play that we are so used to seeing, which is you run across the bridge from main side control over to small side, you run across that bridge, maybe you hit the hop up on the outside, and all of a sudden you cause all of those players who are on the roof to, you know, you take all their aggression, you take all their eyesight on over to you, and it allows both your other two duo to move up through the stairs. Unfortunately, when he moves over to small side, he's not expecting Clamp to be able to play that angle, and Clamp just absolutely lasers him, puts him on down, and then very quickly, if you are Movistar Koi, you understand that you are now in a 3v2. After that game number 1, though, let's take a little bit about who our top fraggers for the day so far here, Enigma. And, well, I think we're getting maybe a little bit of a look about how Leviathan was able to put up so many points.
Yeah, I do wonder how many of those elims from Lays are going to be on the Gentlemen of the Twisted Mind, because they were hunting them down, refusing to let them breathe at all. But can we talk about Fnatic?
Yeah, Fnatic has the most overall kills.
Players in here nice and early in between them. I'm seeing, what's that, 22 kills on the board between the three. That's incredibly impressive. Yeah, don't ask me to do that again. I won't. Don't worry about it. But also Prodigy going to be up there, a huge part of the Rock Esports victory. We see him in that final kill feed with the Falcons in the final fight, and you can see why he's leading the line in there first, wanting to be every bit a part of the conversation, regardless of who he is up against. And taking a look, of course, through the rest, Robstar will be there for EVOS, Shifty Soaker appear for the Falcons, Netods for Movistar Koi, and then JTech leading the line for FaZe Clan.
Yeah, and these are kind of what we're looking at for some of our top teams, right? It's a thread that we see time and time again, which is that the squads that seemingly start to run away with it, it's exactly what you're seeing on your screen right here. It's at least having 2 members of your team on this, you know, sort of eliminations leaderboard. For Fnatic, hey, fantastic that they're able to start game number 1 already with all 3 of their team being on there.
Yeah, I think one of the things with that as well, all 3 of them in super close proximity to each other in terms of number of kills.
Yes.
That, for me, is great in 2 ways. One suggests that you're playing very close together, sometimes can be an undoing of a team in Resurgence because you can all fall together. But also, to me, what it means is you're not relying on one player to really take over. I had come into this tournament a little bit concerned about the fact that Enxi and Patsuka just hadn't looked as slay heavy recently, that Zakar was very much leading the line for them. And it's a lot of pressure to put on one man's shoulders to be your outright fragger. Only a few people in the world can do that as a solo. So to see all 3 of them putting up big numbers is huge for that squad coming in from the European region. It's whether they can continue that, because they started ridiculously hot. They fall earlier off what was a bit of a sell, maybe needed a bit of a heat check in the moment, but they started off faster than anybody else out there, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you.
I mean, and that's probably a little bit of, you know, we call it the heat check, but, you know, it's making plays like that. They get you to the point where you are leading the lobby in elimination, have a lot of points at your back as well. So, you know, it may look like a blunder that we happen to catch on main, but for every 1 blunder we catch, we probably miss about 9 absolute world star performances. But either way, game 1 done and dusted, folks. What's more important, though, is game number 2. As we're getting ready to hop on in. Players are trying to lock on through, trying to figure out how they can maybe either continue that same momentum here in game 2 or go ahead, flip the script, maybe play a little bit better. Let's get ready, folks, to hop on in. I am excited to watch some of these teams. Can Twisted Minds manage to get back on in? Can we see 100 Thieves take control of control? Or will we see somebody else go ahead and spoil? Will the Falcons manage to keep doing what they're doing? Let's go ahead. Let's drop on in.
We get Players falling from the skies, popping the shoots and making early statements, of course. Will be kills in the feed already, seeing big wipes onto 5 fears. Started slowly in map 1 and already finding pressure from EVOS and that LATAM South time. But oh my lord, Twisted Minds, they do find 2 in the feed. You will get an answer back coming in from 9Z, and blood being drawn all over the damn map.
I just watched Elatu get a double kill with a knife in the kill feed. All right, continuing the aggression here in game number 2. You love seeing Twisted Minds get early active here back over at Prison. Rock, they were the team that held down this location, and well, looked like they maybe farmed CT just a little bit. Let's go ahead, let's see if that is the case here as well, because, well, you already have a couple of players on through, but it just looks like ain't no party but a third party. As I am just watching Big Man, Sight, Anxiety are just getting farmed over and over again. Twisted Minds, they'll find Decky here. You can see Leviathan in game number 2, they've had to back on up, and well, Lays thinks he has a little bit of an angle onto Aiden. He's gonna be able to find it. Oh my god! Oh my god!
All right.
I thought he was about to pop a 2-piece. Thankfully, you got IGL Aiden, or Almond. He's gonna go ahead and slide on through. That is crazy.
Maybe we'll see why Lays is leading the damn lobby in kills. I mean, you're fighting 2 Twisted Minds players. They're phenomenal individuals you've just shut down. We move over to Control Center. Of course, this war that goes on between 100 Thieves, Movistar, Koi, and you're going to get VKA getting involved nice and early. Movistar going to have to back off for a second. You lose 1, seconds cracked. 100 Thieves is missing 1 as well for their troubles. VKA back off towards the boat. I tell you what, these 3 squads are going to continue to contest this all damn day, and that means prime viewing for us. Thieves will get their 3rd back in. Can tell you that Movistar recovered down below. Blast got caught out last time trying to hit this rotation. Got to be careful about it again. And Biffle, he's lurking. He's trying to find a couple of exit kills.
We've seen the Falcons do this time and time again. They'll sometimes send one of their Slayers up to Control just to maybe just get into the mix, cause a little bit of chaos between some of these 2 teams. And we can see for Leviathan, they lose control of that factory side, and they've had to come back to the school, come back to the boat. This is what I was worried about. It's Almond trying to be able to keep his eyes on that boat, making sure that you're not going to be able to regain for free. And I'm seeing StuKX way away over towards that harbor side.
Well, an interesting thing here as well is that you've got Aiden in the skies. He's basically being a UAV for Almond and Smitty in this fight. So Decky thinks he's safe. He's actually being live pinged to hell right now. Does manage to return some fire, but it's all going to be ground loot, and this is not the position you want to be in for very long. So right now as well, with 0 plates in the pocket, just trying to find a bit of utility to really fight back with. But the problem for this Leviathan squad, of course, being on this boat, you can't really push out. You're hoping that your teammate up towards harbor can find something and help you set up some sort of pinch. That's a beautiful shot to at least back down Twisted Minds for a second.
Hey, that's a great way to do it. Grounded sniper in hand. Decky, he hits the shot. Back on over to FaZe, though, towards this bioweapon side. We can see on our side here, folks, guess what? Bioweapons, chemical engineering, industries, all free. So this is just so much space for FaZe Clan right now, and whether they decide to use that as an opportunity, maybe push on forward and then know that they can regain back here, or just loot on up, get all the cash you need, get an advanced UAV, get your self-revives, get everything you want to try and take some of this fight, because you know that some of these areas like Prison are getting mixy alongside Control, because we can see Shifty, Diaz, Biffle, they've moved on up here towards Control as 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi continue to battle it on out, but with Falcons getting on the mix, this could be crazy. You see the flash come on through. Shifty throws a couple of shots with the LC-10, but gonna go ahead and back on up, says, I do not like this. And look who's coming in from behind. It's Blast, but Diaz makes the read. So with that happening, Diaz, Shifty, they realize this is going to be basically a series of 2v2s. Gabe, he's going to fire on back. He's the rookie of the year for a reason. Shifty trying to stay alive. Skullface swings for the cleanup. Can he manage to find one other? Armor cracked on the Shifty. Slides on forward. And Clamp, he tries to play spoiler. He's come on through. Hasn't been able to do it. Gold Clamp activates for a huge 2-piece. The cleanup crew of Control is here, and their name is Movistar Koi.
We did wonder whether or not these gentlemen could be the X factor here at Control.
Where
They've
is
struggled
Falcons
so long in the online stages to contest this relatively effectively, but now finding plenty of footing. I will say, however, 9Z continuing to look at this. Sorry, VKA continuing to push towards this.
Oh, he's in the water.
Just try and find Biffle actually out in the water. I don't know if I like that play necessarily from Vidati, but it leaves your teammates a little bit high and dry. Never mind, they fully abandoned this and decided to play back over towards bottom. Not sure if they recognized that Movistar Koi was still in the area. Anyway, look over towards something else for a second. We've got Prison. This will be CT Gaming up against Rock Esports. Last time Rock well and truly won this battle. Seems like they're in a little bit of a blender right now as Wars is found by Resolve yet again, and they won't be alone. They have 9Z Global for company.
At least if you are getting thrown in the blender a little bit, at least Vision has 4, so it hasn't been completely terrible. Patsuka gonna go ahead, fly on out, find Elo Lamp. Gamax looking to get a little bit active here at the Industries. They're not going to be the only ones, though, because look who's here. They moved out of bio. Slammed. J-Tech gets found by Patsuka. That's a little crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Guy got caught running down the stairs. I would say that's slam.
I mean, Patsuka feeling himself over here. J-Tech, definitely the kind of player who can win that fight. I'm not letting him away with that one. We take a back look at Prison. This war that going to continue to go on. Actually, get a moment to flick on over to Shifty, who's just about avoiding a thermo. Going to get involved in a bit of a fight. Needs support. Will have it.
That team got wiped out.
Biffle, and Arato's just sniping over the top. He has 3 from this position. You can see why so many teams fight for this top tower. Going to allow you to third party anything that happens. And Soka, he's had to squeeze up as the zone starts compressing.
Oh my god, Soka's the last one.
You have to stay alive for a moment and slip away into the night. Of course, known as the closer, but one of many things that he understands more than anyone is how this game is and the composure that's required at important moments.
Yeah, and I'm just watching some of this kill feed. We can see Vale and Goodbye 60 Hertz. They're getting active in that kill feed while Alatu just continuing to sit up top here in this lighthouse. We know that the players who hang out here, I know you've all experienced it in your own pubs. You can be absolutely annoying. And well, you're one of the best players in the world who's made it to the Esports World Cup. It just becomes even more annoying to boot. Sniper in hand, going to just be raining down hellfire from above. Let's see if anybody's going to be able to get him on out there. For the Falcons and 100 Thieves, though, looks like we've sort of moved this battle away from the tents on over to living quarters. As 100T, you had 2 alive. Skullface come on in with that resurgence counter. But already we're starting to see the Falcons start to surround 100 Thieves here. Soka's going to be opening up this fight. Nate goes across. Trophy system will block it. And you're just trying to figure out how do we want to try and take this fight against 100 Thieves.
You'll do very well to get the third back in if you are the Thieves, but yes, you mentioned it, you are surrounded. So for them, they've got to pick a side, punch out together. You don't want to be split trying to fight the Falcons. They will punish you well and truly for that. Look at the feed very quickly. Twisted Minds continue to haunt Leviathan. But up high as well, we've got to remind you, if you are both of these teams, that you have that sniper from the tower on Overwatch. You step out for a little too long and you will find that 50 cal well and truly hunting you down.
Yeah, we've seen that time and time again, where you're just trying to take a fight against a team that's directly in front of you, and out of nowhere you're taking damage from the other side.
How Shifty not getting sniped
like
from that guy on the
has
tower?
been able to find himself on that other side.
I always get third-partied over there.
A little bit of a high-low on this angle. For 100 Thieves, though, they understand, hey, guess what? We don't have to move when the zone closes. We can kind of take our time. Only 2 teams have been eliminated for the time being. You still have plenty of opportunity to get your points on the board if you need. Shifty takes some great shots across the way, but he's going to go ahead and back on up. Let's take a look down at Factory, though, Enigma, because we still have this battle between Twisted Minds and Leviathan. Ultimate, he's going to be able to find Decky, and that's just going to leave 1 player left here from Leviathan. It's going to be Lays. He did it earlier. Can he find another 1v2? Great shots onto Aiden. He's able to find him. Can you back on up? Can you go ahead? Can you reset this fight? No plates in hand. You're just trying to get a little bit of a timing here. But see Smith, he smells blood in the water. He is trying to surge on forward. He wants to be able to bring down Leviathan, get his squad back on in, and you've at least bought enough time for now. You find Lays jumping on down, and that is enough to clean them on up. Took just a little bit too long, though, as 1 more member from Leviathan will come on in thanks to Resurgence.
Yeah, Twisted Minds have done well to answer back after the struggles of map 1 and essentially repay the favor. They have not allowed Leviathan an opportunity to breathe there. Lays does well to stay alive as long as he does, but you're not getting away from Smitty for long. Alato continues to find yet more impact with the sniper up high, spots the Falcons down low, but will take a second to reassess his position as he's on his own and may well be under threat soon. Let's take a quick look in with the FaZe clan up against Rock Esports. This battle for Prison continues on, and there will be a crack come through. J-Tech getting on the hunt against Vision. Vision backs himself off. Prodigy, though, going to be there for the trade. Actually gets the kill as well, and then provides Overwatch. Can you lift your teammate? Well, I think you're hoping if you're Wars to try and offset these 2 players stepping over. Well, no, Prodigy. Do you have the timing? The answer is no, but you have a gunny, and Flashbang catches you flush. Will find yourself knocked if you're clumsy. Wars here on the trade out. Wars can't fall, though. His 2 teammates currently needing rezzing.
I mean, this is basically like a 1v1 a little bit. You got that 1 last member of FaZe Clan above. Wars will drop on down. Go ahead, get the stick at least on Division. I think Flanked doesn't want to get a little bit too active just yet. Wants to play his life, make sure his teammates get back on in. On the other side, though, for 9C, they're going to go ahead, activate. You're going to find Shifty. That's a huge pickup to be able to have on this side of the map because, well, Enigma, with that kill, they kind of have control of this headquarters side. Nobody's really at Prison. You have the Twisted Minds down at Factory. It looks like Falcons behind you. So they have a lot of ground, and, well, they're going to have one side of this zone. So let's go ahead, though. Let's go and check on in with ROC and see how the comms are feeling.
Maybe one of these cells.
Yeah, maybe one of the cells above you.
Yeah, like that cell like right above.
Yeah.
What's the next one? Top 5?
I don't know.
Ratting
Yeah,
out.
probably. Just let everybody fight.
I'm getting chilled, I think.
We have a PA if you need to.
I don't think there's really anything you can do. Is there another cell on your left? Or is that the plan?
Vision last alive. You can hear some of the comms from the team that won map number 1. Just trying to figure out what is the strategy. I think at this point, if you can't manage to get the squad back on in, you just have to play your life if you are Vision. That's not going to be the case for Movistar Koi down at the bottom. They want to get active. As we can see, they go ahead. They find Diaz Bitbull. That's Falcons out in 9th.
That is indeed them out very,
Falcons
very early. Just
not
struggling to find
doing
ingress
well.
from Stronghold. They found themselves back down by 9Z at points as well. So a couple of these squads reminding the Falcons that that gap has closed from 2024 to 25. Get a quick look at Z-Smith and Almond trying to squeeze up. They find Vision, Rocky's balls fall, and Almond's going to return to fire as well onto phase. Flying clumsy, tucked inside. Smith's going around the corner, flying
Damn.
and wipes phase off the damn map. Beautiful work, but 9Z are here to fight this as well. They're just above, considering dropping in. I love the decision for Twisted Minds here. No one's going to expect this. They back off, find a different route, and maybe play up for the rooftop to then sit over everyone as they scramble below.
Yeah, I think you need to go for the wide wrap here if you are Twisted Minds, maybe down into control. We can see goodbye 60 Hertz. It's going to be the first one to drive down into this tunnel. Unfortunately, though, CT Gaming, they are just on the other side of this. They are going to try and build a wall, make sure that you can try and hold it on in. You see the trades come on through. Resolve, he's going to try and go ahead and clean it on up, and he's going to be able to. So good trades there, but you lose some players in the process. And for 9Z, they had the high ground, they had the opportunity, but it looks like Movistar Koi, they are going to cut you down on the rotation. We lost Twisted Minds in the process. Blink of an eye, Enigma. We are down to the final 2.
Yeah, it's going to be a 3v3 then between not 9Z, sorry, it's going to be a 3v3 between Movistar and of course,
these people
VKA,
have
the team that
those.
shouldn't be here. One's high, one's low, and they're in big trouble.
2v2, let's go ahead. You're pushing on forward. Vidani down below. He's trying to do his best to get the shots on in, but the rest of your teammates is just getting cleaned on up. Kazu, he's going for one. He turns on the net outs, but look who's there. It's Vidani, and it's Volcom. He's the last alive. The res, it's coming on out, but can you manage to bring them on down? You can't find them. Finally, Kazu gets caught on down. Vidani is the last 1v1. Volcom can't do it. VKA, they shouldn't have been here. It's a last-second invite, and well, they prove everybody wrong.
They shouldn't have been here. It's a last-second invite.
But we deserve a spot in this lobby.
Yeah, showing that they belong here in map 2. Seen plenty of kills in the feed from them as well. Of course, get all those.
That circle was not even in their favor. They could have just
They do
waited.
so well to flip the script on that invite. For me, that belonged to
Just
Movistar
pushed
Koi. They had the high
unnecessarily.
ground, they had the circle positioning, and also they got the initial knock, but you get that flip come through. I think there's a little bit of a disconnect about whether they want to push or whether they want to stay. VKA don't care. They find the bloods, they find the trades, and turn it into that 2v1 in the end. Fly out of different angles and just about do enough to win the fight. And again, that's a huge mental moment for them, because no doubt they came into this tournament knowing that they didn't qualify, but now showing not just to the world, but to themselves they can mix with the very best.
What a fantastic way to end game number 2. It's only a 0.2 difference on the multiplier between first and that second through fifth, right? So obviously we see Movistar Koi, they're still all smiles. You know, yeah, sure, if you're Volcom, you just lost a 1v1. You gotta like those extra 0.2. They had a great game number 1. That's a great game number 2 for them. It's group stages, folks. Like, these players are just taking it game by game. Let's do a little bit of a run back, though, on those final moments, because, man, for Movistar Koi, it was like you mentioned, it was really their map to lose. But, man, they are able to farm, but it's just not enough for that one last player of VKA. We'll be right back after this break for game number 3.
This land is calling.
Crac à droite, push.
They're gonna be crying over here.
Encore. Wadi. Encore. Le dernier au top. Life ping jaune. Ok. Smoke, il push. Avec moi. Il est là, il est dessus. Oh là. Bien joué les frères. Nice. Bien joué les gars. Bien joué.
After some dirty little cheaters were identified, VKA got an invite into this tournament, and they just turned it into a victory. I'm Chris Puckett. I do what I want sometimes, and I just went rogue. Sorry about that, production. Can we talk about VKA, though? Because they're playing under auto-aim assist, right? These are mouse and keyboard players who have been on controller for 7 months.
Right.
And they just took out the reigning champs, teams like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan. They just won the whole game.
Dude,
Where are they at in the rankings now?
The thing about it is, it's not just the input that they're playing on, it's also just the fact that they're playing good heads-up Warzone right now. How they identified how those last couple of circles were being and how they rotated around it very strategically, taking fights, not just diving in.
Right.
Beautiful stuff from the new guys.
Well, you know, the thing is, new guys, right? They came in with 0 expectations on their shoulders. And for some, that's helpful. You have no pressure.
Right.
You go into it. You go full speed ahead. For VK, they had nothing to lose, everything to gain, and they made the most of it.
Dream, what impressed you in game 2?
I mean, well, for one, a lot of players came to life, like Z-Smith being one of them, Twisted Minds getting out of a lot of these engagements, but it really was Movie Star Koi, right? We were looking at this zone pool like, this is going to be 100 Thieves win. But guess what? They got knocked out. Clamp. He went off disrupting them, and then he also disrupted the Falcons.
Without a doubt, and Falcons was a big one, taking them down intense. But even before that, right, that big battle for control going against Diaz and Shifty. Of course, we had Hisoka still anchoring over in Stronghold, so Falcons weren't eliminated at that point, but also taking on 100 Thieves. Control is one of the most contested points typically in public lobbies. It's naturally going to be the most contested point when it comes to our private lobbies. Only the big dogs go there. So for Movie Star Koi to say, I'm going there and I'm going to lock it in is massive as far as I'm concerned. But for them to get second place and now to elevate themselves up the leaderboards in a way that they do, they're here for a reason and they're making the most of it.
Absolutely, and I got to give a big shout out to Movie Star Koi. As you mentioned, the Mexicans won the top spot from Latin America North. they popped off, not only going the distance there to the top 2, they almost won the game and dropped some serious numbers in game 2.
Yeah, they almost found a 1v2 to win the game on top of that, and that was gunfight after gunfight after gunfight, like you guys had mentioned. It came versus some of the top dogs at the end point in the lobby. You're dealing with 100 Thieves and Falcons, you're through both of them, you're like, this is now our lobby to win, and then you realize there's still one more fight you have to take afterwards. They weren't able to fully reset, and that's just the nature of Warzone, especially, again, considering how VKA set themselves up on the backside of the slow part of the circle, gives them a chance to kind of get a lay of the land. Maybe not finding the most kills that they would have wanted, but still, first place is first place.
Now, I saw some early interactions between Movie Star and Aiden's crew, Twisted Minds. Are they landing at the same place? Is Twisted Minds getting targeted? Because if you're looking at the leaderboard, TM's near the bottom after 2 drops, and we're only doing 3 between these 2 groups.
I will say that a lot of that is because of Lays, right? We're looking at that Leviathan squad, and of course, Lays, Decky, Stukx. They had a little bit of a kerfuffle, though, this last game, too, where we did see Twisted Minds in the top 4, at least. Of course, Lays wondering what the heck happened, right? Because he was staying alive for so long.
Without a doubt, and he was the staple. He was the glue, if you will, for the Leviathan roster over against Twisted Minds. He's tearing it up.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at our numbers as our admins have officially inputted the scores. I hold shift. Walk us through after 2 games of action. Who's on top?
Well, not that.
That's not the one. No. Do the other scoreboard, the one that's loading.
Everyone's tied. Nothing matters. It's just
fresh start for everybody, baby.
I do believe that FaZe Clan is jumping up. They had a monsterful performance. If you're looking in the kill feed, if you're looking for someone who's been consistent, has there been anyone who is kind of controlling their zone and not letting anyone in?
I think the thing has been they're playing their own game, and they are staying away from 2 of our top dogs at the drop point, and then dominating either the north or the south side, depending how the circle goes. And they're playing it to a really, really fundamental level, knowing when they've got a team weak in front of them, chasing down kills and eliminating squads quickly to where they're not dealing with a full 3-man reset. They're maybe dealing with 1 or 2 players out of the sky, and they keep playing 3v2s the whole time.
I have to say that this FaZe squad is something special. Clumsy being one of their players that I personally had played with in a tournament. He's a god. He's a Rebirth player. This is his game mode. But for JTech and Flanked, right, they did play with DJ Moss in, big map. So making a player switch, that was my biggest thing going into it. Like, will that affect anything? And they're consistent, right? Possibly being in first, but we know that they've been in the top 5 the last 2 games.
Our numbers are still unofficial. Chat, let us know who you think is in front, because I think it's FaZe.
I think so.
And I got to give a shout out to 9Z, because Alatu just stood up at the top of the watchtower with a sniper while his teammates were doing work. They stayed in it deep. They finished in the top 5 teams. This was a squad that was the top team from Latin America South. No one's watched their gameplay. No expectations. What have you seen from them so far?
I mean, that full Argentinian squad has been doing good, and that one interaction with that first place squad of VKA, right? We saw 60 Hertz. I mean, he went in bottom prison. They traded, right? He almost won that. So you have to think for that squad, could have maybe they could have won that. Just from that one engagement.
Let's go back to the start of the show, though, because, Taylor, you were kind of noticing some people with hot hands that were not feeling any jet lag as we roll the highlights. Who were some of the top performers?
Without a doubt, Skullface was great. He's always going to perform well when he is needed most. And in these final moments, honestly, I believe from game number 1, it was Fnatic who ended up stealing the show. Fnatic was looking so hot and powerful off the rip, tearing up everybody. They had an early lead, and they ended up making a bit of a mistake. More on that in just a little bit. But one team, though, that of course is the #1 team coming into the tournament was Team Falcons. It was great to see them in second place because, in my opinion, that silences the doubters. Yeah, they're not in first, but Falcons are still cruising, and I think at the moment they really are cruising, but wait until they hit their final stride.
My whole thing is, like, we're 2 games in.
Yeah.
Falcons are one of the most consistent teams game to game, drop to drop. Are they prone to having maybe a less than stellar performance? Yeah, absolutely. I still think we're all sitting there like, why did they not drop 35 points? Like, what's wrong with Falcons?
Taylor, they got the clip for you. Let's take a look at Fnatic. Walk me through some of their gameplay.
Yeah, Fnatic, again, an excellent game #1, but this moment had me absolutely confused. They sent 2 players from the high ground. You got 6 players below you, and then you full Synth and you end up losing your squad. It made 0 sense to me. You had such a great game one.
Gravity's strong sometimes.
Gravity's strong, but the thing is like, what I wanted to point out was like Fnatic is a team that performed very well, and after game one, I believe they were in second place, if I'm not mistaken, despite making that massive mistake, which shows to me if they can clean those little mistakes up, maybe nerves, it was game one after all, right? So they're getting their feet underneath them. If they can start to clean up those little mistakes, I truly feel they can make a running for the championship.
If you go back and watch, though, I was watching the map feed, and while this was all going on, the zone actually had pulled originally to the other side of prison, where the Falcons were set up as a trio. But guess who disrupted that again? It was Clamp. He took out Shifty, so that actually left the Falcons in a 1v2. Had that not happened, I feel like it could have been a Falcons win for game one.
Goat Clamp. Are we calling him Clamp or Goat?
Goat.
The Goat.
That's my goat.
He's one of both. I love what we're seeing so far. This is the final drop, though, for teams like Twisted Minds. I was asking Tommy, one of the greatest Warzone players of all time. He is here with the Australians Inner Circle, and I asked him, what's a good score? He said, well, 7th place, finished around 11, 12 points that first drop. I think if you finish above 20, you're pretty happy. But if you're Twisted Minds, you're thinking maybe we got to push for a 30-point game. You're looking for that multiplier. Just remind everybody, if they're just tuning in, how do I get some bonus points out of this?
Yeah, there's a level of where you finish, and obviously the multiplier comes into play, but it all starts for me with like Twisted Minds and a very, very slow kill start, not getting the rotation, not getting the points to even build on that multiplier, and now you're a couple of drops down, looking all of a sudden with maybe a little bit of panic. So there is a level of, they need to step up the tempo and also still have the longevity to get the multipliers.
There's a look at the players. We're moments away from headsets going on. Map 3, Drop 3 coming up. It's EWC 2025.
All right, fantastic work from the desk, giving us a little bit of a break here because we're going to need it for an electric map number 3 of Group A versus Group B. Reminder, folks, this is going to be our last game of this group, but not our last game of the day. We still got 6 more games to play after this, baby. We got Group A versus C. You'll get Goj and Ton in here on the desk. And then, well, my good friend Annie and I will wrap up the day here with our Group B versus Group C. So for a lot of these teams, this won't be their last opportunity to earn their points here today. If you are in Group B, if you're a group like 100 Thieves, like we saw on our screen, you will still have an opportunity to rise that leaderboard because we are just looking for our top 7 teams after our first 2 days to try and make it to our day of finals. Otherwise, you're going to be battling for your life there in the elimination bracket. Let's get on in to map number 3, Enigma, because if I'm thinking about anything, I'm thinking about still this contest at control.
Absolutely. Well, one of the things I will say, we get an extremely southern pulling circle here. I think the Santalan bio still, but we get a lot of teams actually play off towards boat as Twisted Minds immediately hunt Leviathan down, who I think had given up factory for a second and decided they were going to land on this outside boat, maybe play up towards it once they had their loadout. Not given that opportunity as Ullman seals the deal, and one of the players has managed to squeeze living quarters. But these are the early mental blows and statements that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. Map 1 did not go the way of the North Americans. Map 2 most certainly did. And Map 3, well, you just obliterated your opposition.
So just a couple of friendly bullets between friends. All love. That's really good. It's all love. No, nothing wrong here. 5 Fears, though. They are looking to try and get back on into the mix. It hasn't looked very good for them for Big Man. Well, he wants to gain control of this tower and his teammate's sight. Down below here at Grandma's alongside Anxiety. 2 kills already for Anxiety. Feeling good. So 5 Fears after not a great map number 1 and even worse, arguably, map number 2. Yep. Already showing some signs of life here in map 3.
Yep, and let's hope we continue to see those signs of life because they most certainly need to show some here on that. We move over to this Battle for Control Center. 100 Thieves and Movistar Koi, of course, is looking to square up here. You are going to have company, though, rolling in. There's a couple of VK, well, at least one VK player lurking around, just trying to sniff out a couple of kills. That might be Kadzu in the back corner. Gabe's going to slide out. Spot absolutely nothing. For the Thieves players, it's about making sure you don't get isolated. You don't want to overstray and end up being found. And you can see Movistar Koi waiting, looking to do exactly that. Kadzu will be here to at least put some damage in. Can you isolate this? Well, the teammates are looking to support. You're going to have Vidati up close and personal.
Oh, no.
3v3.
You've left the roof open, though, and Volcom is going to hit that Ascender on the outside. Make sure you can hold that high ground. Try and stay on there. For FaZe Clan, over towards Chemical Engineering, though, looks like Fnatic. They are going to go ahead and take some of this aggression, bring it their way, and they're going to contain a lot of this area of the map. It'll only be for basically this first zone, as we are just absolutely pulling all the way to the southwest side. That is there. Let's get a nice little shot onto Clumsy out into the water, just trying to stay alive. And well, for Twisted Minds, it looks like they are just going to continue to have the aggression. And Aiden, it's a little bit of a hesitated shimmy. He catches Decky onto the outside. Lays taken on in, and Stukex, he's actually taken down by Diaz. Biffle, just like that. Leviathan wiped off the map, and map number 3, they're our first team eliminated.
Yeah, huge map 1 from them, showing early signs of fire, but no such thing in maps 2 and 3. Made to suffer well and truly. Please put out their misery quickly here in map 3. They will fall as our first squad, and well, the Falcons will continue to go on the hunt. That duo, arguably the best to ever play this game, continues to hunt through living quarters. They do have a member of FaZe in there, as well as some of the Movistar Koi.
FaZe is leading.
Continue to push their way southern down through the map. You will have presence here from this Puerto Rican squad, just lurking at the by the time. Elolan trying to get back into the fight, but he's told
bottom half.
Just leaving this.
They might not even make it to the finals then,
Falcon.
Falcon, if they keep this up.
I think this is a really, really good idea right now for Fnatic. This team playing underneath Vitality last year, they loved this POI. This was their drop spot, so they know how to play out of here very well. The only problem is you're going to get moved out of here for sure with this next zone. And for Gamax, they do not want to let you take some of this size as you slide on forward, and Elolam is good for 1, is good for 2.
That might be really bad as well, because actually FaZe are considering regrouping over by Chem, which is where your 1 remaining player is if you're Fnatic, so you're going to have to buy some time. Circle's going to continue to pull you in, so worrying moment for the team that looked so good through the early stage of this. And actually, no, you get the kill if you're Zach into JTech. FaZe in a mad scramble on the opposite side of the map, go back to control as 3 teams fight it over.
Yeah, I mean, this is just getting absolutely mixy. Falcons, they're going to go ahead. They want to try and stay on up here, and it's one final bullet from Diaz. Biffle catches Gabe Kuhn, trying to go up for the roof. Blast has to go ahead. Tail between his legs, duck back on down, but it is not going to be a clean exit for him. He's got to stay alive. It's by the last skin of his teeth. Blast goes down, but he gets another teammate back on in. Falcons continuing to surge up here towards Control Center, and this is just Shifty and Biffle up here, ladies and gentlemen. Soka's still down in Stronghold, rent-free. He just has the entire POI for himself.
Yeah, incredibly important that he stays there as well, because that zone may well pull in that direction towards the end. So just looking to hold and swat away any interested parties.
And you can do that when Biffle and Shifty
are tearing teams apart like this.
Oh no.
Incredible work at control. They're trying to fight Gabe Kuhn out of the sky. Skullfist going to land on the opposite side, be found by Shifty. Biffle also looking to chase this down. If Gabe is found here, I mean, 100 Thieves, they're continuing to stay alive for now, but it's a blender that you've got to find a way out of from some time. And Biffle, he's chasing, he's cracking, he's looking high, and by the skin of his teeth, Gabe will live for a moment.
Movistar Koi, they're starting to get in on this fight. They hear these shots going on out. They know what's going on through. However, Volkov has been found on the outside by Shifty. It's just going to be one last player from that team that is just trying to stay alive for the moment. Looks like 100 Thieves, at least got 2 players back on in. Gabe was able to play his life on the little bit of a scuffle with Diaz Biffle, as we have lost a lot of players, it feels like. However, it's only been 2 teams taken off the map here, ladies and gentlemen. Circle 2 looking to come to a close. Already pulling down towards this sort of tense living quarters side. It looks like that's where our zone is going to go ahead and pull us. A lot of these teams going to have to start moving.
Just setting himself up here to try and fight this. Gotta bear in mind that Go Clamp's on the rooftop. You want to clear that. Shifty goes high. Shifty finds the kill because, of course, he does. 2 players off the Thieves down below. Shifty just going to hold the top here. Biffle's going to try and provide backup from a distance. Volcom coming in from the sky. Skullface found yet again in the cleanup. And right now, Volcom as well, trying to research here. Now, honestly, at some point, I think you've just got to give this up. You do not want to be in a blender against the Falcons of all people, as Biffle finds his 7th kill, sorry, of the day. You do get shot actually by a member of the VKA team that are playing off towards Bo. Just a reminder that they are going to be there. This zone looks like it's going to squeeze everybody off towards that living quarters side, or maybe even Stronghold soon. 100 Thieves still suffering in the feed. Twisted Minds, though, they did make that big bounce back, of course, in map 2 and won their fight for Factory early. So here, just trying to push into living quarters. They will have company in FaZe very soon, and just trying to assess how they will approach that.
I love where Twisted Minds has moved here. It's up towards living quarters. They know that they've cleared out this entire, basically, south side of the map. So they're just going to have the ability to hang on here. They're back at their POI, back at factory. So you win the factory drop, you get a little aggressive. We watch Leviathan get taken on out. You surge on up, you find a couple more in chem, and you come back on down and nobody's home. So you say, hey, great, this is our POI. We know exactly how we want to play it. We're going to stay here until we are forced to move. For Rock Esports, Prison, it's where they were able to play out of here in game number 1. They'll be forced to move out of here, though, and maybe a couple, 2 or 3 circles. But for the time being, it looks like we've kind of just come on down. Map started to feel maybe a little bit more slower as sort of different teams are starting to grab their POIs.
Quick check of the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, that we get live here in the back. Rock Esports actually have the most kills out of everybody with 41, and showing exactly why they have so much control of Prison, battering everyone away from their position. That being said, I believe that I was misled. The leaderboard changes, and that was not true. So we will just go back to what we were talking about before. Aizen gonna eye one up. Can you catch Resolve?
Ooh.
Shot just over the top here. We'll be backing Resolve down, who want that loadout up above. Circle will start to squeeze him in eventually anyway, so you can sit here for a second. It's between the legs on the second, and the dive comes through. Frustrating for Aizen here. He is the anchor, of course. We're not expecting many kills, but just 2 on the board. You're hoping to pick up a 3rd as you hold. And we move over then to the living quarters area, and it's going to be all fist fights for FaZe. They back off here, potentially in a 2v1. Smith will actually draw blood as well. I think call it a draw and reassess your situation for the next fight, lads.
Yeah, you got Almond. He's on the back, still on that roof towards factory side. You lose Aiden in that fight, but it's A-okay. I think Smitty realizes he's going to have an opportunity to still try and play alive here. J-Tech, there are some shots down on range. You have to be careful, though, because you don't want to push forward too hard. As well, you are going to have members of EWC Esports just up ahead of you at headquarters. If they decide to look on down, they could maybe try and clean up some of these kills. Skullface still alive, so he's just trying to stay here down towards that side. Well, his 2 teammates, this battle at control is still going on between 100 Thieves and the Falcons. Maybe a little bit of revenge finally. Shifty, he slides on out though, and well, just as you're feeling good if you are 100 Thieves, you get caught on down by the Falcons, and if there's anybody who's going to let you know exactly how they feel,
I thought body shooting wasn't allowed.
Shifty. A little bit more friendly love bullets going out for some of our teams.
Yeah, that guy doesn't do quiet. As King Matty is
Friendly
found
love
in the
bullets,
back
my
on
ass.
over then to Factory. This battle between Twisted Minds and Leviathan rages on. Twisted Minds coming out on top again here. Map 3 has been theirs to lock down this south side. And now it's all about where they try and progress into. They tried living quarters previously. We came up against FaZe. We're told to back down and
Oh my
reset
god, if
the
he looks
situation.
left, if he looks
Now
left,
it's assessing how
yeah.
they
3 kills.
head upland from here. Circle will drag hard somewhere between headquarters and control is likely where we're headed, ladies and gentlemen. For Rock, you will have some of that circle inside the prison, but you've got company in EWC Esports.
Now we've seen this battle happen time and time again, and a great thermite from Wars will back them on down. He's going to be able to meet back on up with Vision. You have the cash. If you need to hit that buy station, get Prodigy back on through. But I guess the question is, where can you go that there's a buy station, right? I'm trying to think about on the minimap, where could you go? And you got one maybe potentially down by Grandma's if you want to have happen, but you got to be able to make some ways on through. EVOS, they've been able to grab the roof, though. Trying to get some shots on in, and for Clumsy and J-Tech, it's just a little bit of a stabilization here on the outside of zone.
Yeah, important knock actually for Zakar, just giving Fnatic an opportunity to breathe because FaZe Clan are considering rolling up towards them. Circle's going to press, Clumsy's going to assess, and nothing too much to worry about. But FaZe, we've had a fantastic tournament so far. Let's find out exactly why as we listen in.
Yeah, look at these guys behind us.
We clear our back. We clear our back.
Okay.
Row back where? Row back where? Wait, yellow, you ready?
Yellow, yeah, yellow.
120, 120.
You just say yellow.
He's on the turret. Look at this left kid, why you dead?
No, free kid.
Clumsy. 220, Jay.
I mean, yeah.
No, he's got guns.
That's alright, bro.
Swing right, Clumsy.
Well, on my body.
Tell me when he dead.
One more. He's gonna die.
Inside the hut. I'm crossing over. He crossed the tent. I got PA'd on my body.
You can buy back too. You can buy back late.
Yeah, you don't have a buy.
Ooh!
I got the solo.
Okay.
Yeah, you got the kill. Nice.
You can't.
Switching
There's a
guns.
kill on the gun as well. You got top 5 already, okay? You can play kills if you want.
Shifty is also alone.
Your right should be cleared. You killed the last guy right.
phase. It's been a little bit of a mixy map for them. Clumsy, last alive. A little bit of a deja
no,
vu
Hisoka's
from our
entire team is
earlier
alive.
maps. So he's just trying to make it, but I love the calls that we hear. You can do a late buy if you need to. He has a lot of space if he wants to try and make
Again,
it
a
happen,
CC
because the rest
circle
of
is
the fights
crazy.
are pretty much going on up here at Prison. You can see Twisted Minds finally able to get into our top 5 for a game. It took them 2 squads to get here, but hey, we love seeing them on in. Now, can they close it out? That is the real question. Aiden currently sitting on 6.
Yeah, Twisted, EVOS, and Rock are all going to be all 3s here, so 9 players in this vicinity. Rob does actually find himself a little bit of an outside angle, finds the crack over towards the control center. Not sure if he knows that the 3 players stood directly beneath him, and kills in the feed as the Falcons cut off Showstopper trying to rotate over. If you're EVOS, you're in a bad position here, but not much better for Twisted Minds. The Falcons can see them.
Look at this, Falcons, they're just going to be able to cut down all of these players just trying to get out of prison. No one's able to move. Twisted Minds, they maybe have found the gap.
Maybe this is the match where
Hisoka shot from Diaz Biffle, currently
wins.
on 13, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to go ahead. They clean up Twisted Minds. They know it's 1 player alive only, and they are flying their way on forward. It's just going to be Wars who gets knocked to the gas. Falcons, they had a great game 1. They had a better game 2, and they end our first 3-game series here with a win and an even better game 3. Absolutely crazy from the Falcons. I cannot wait to see these scores.
Don't tell me they go back to the top.
Everybody else in our lobby to see the Falcons come online. It was always going to happen at some point. Inevitable, of course, for the greatest players to ever touch our game. But to do it so fast, to do it in such dominant fashion, to move into control and fight, take it away from the 3 teams that want that. That's supposed to be one of the hottest contested spots. It's an area that they've struggled to break down in recent tournaments, and yet they take over it and profit massively as everyone else walks across them as like a firing squad at the end.
Well, I think they realize 100 Thieves and all of their quals basically won every game that they got the zone pull. They understand 100 T's not moving because of where this zone is pulling, and neither does Falcons, right? So we watch Soka. He just hangs out his stronghold the entire day, and it's just Diaz, Biffle, and Shifty going crazy, just getting into the mix at control that's there. So keep an eye on that for a couple of these future games that are going on in. But that's all we got for A versus B, because we have a whole brand new group getting ready to come on in Enigma. We're going to go ahead and get that B group out of here, get C group on in, and it's just going to be a whole brand new set of 3 games. So if you are one of these teams in Group A, you're not finished. You got to play 3 more games, and I kind of wonder for a team like the Falcons, seems like it took them 3 games. They're heating on up. If you're Group C coming on in cold, are you going to be able to suppress the Falcons, who are just shooting unbelievably right now?
Yeah, that's going to be a very tough conversation for any team right now. But we take a quick look over to the squads that are going to be in Group C. Of course, joining you soon, Linjon. That's Virtus Pro, Team Vision, AG Global, Novo, Gentlemates, XO Esports, and Inner Circle. So there will be some space as well handed back to the Falcons, because of course none of these teams are looking to fight for Stronghold. XO are maybe considering it, but when I last talked to them, they were actually looking to bounce out instead. But of course, all of that, ladies and gentlemen, will be coming later, because for now, what we're actually going to do is throw to a quick interview with Hisoka.
Welcome back to the Gadia Esports Arena. I've got Hisoka joining me here. It only seems fit that we would have a conversation first and foremost. You know, the reigning champs. How you feeling, big guy?
Feeling good, you know, just knocking the rust off. These kids are shit. So,
Game 1, impressive. Game 2, you said that you struggled a little bit, or just it didn't go the way that you were hoping. What happened?
we're trying new stuff. You know, it's only groups day 1, so we're trying new shit, and it didn't work. So we went back to the old strats. So yeah.
You're kind of like gaining a bit of a momentum now. Obviously, we're having a bit of a switch around here. We've got some teams coming in. We've got VP coming in. We've got Vision coming in. Some teams that are pretty impressive in the lobby. What are you thinking about that? Have you got different strats, or are you just playing your own game?
Playing my own game. I'll find them later down the line. So yeah.
You seem kind of like relaxed. Are you like a bit bummed out? What's going on, Soko? Talk to me.
No, I just want finals. You know, I didn't take any caffeine today. You know, so kind of chill.
But it's group stage. You know, this is the time to just ensure that you qualify, and in finals you can really turn it up again. But, mate, game 3, you've absolutely handed it to them. So, get a bit of pep in your step. Come on, bro.
I got you, Barney. Thank you, bro.
Okay, thanks very much, Soko. Back to you guys. We are going to go into a quick break. We'll be back very shortly with our next round of matches.
Is that the esports building? Is that real? Looks crazy good. Alright. Guys, I'll be right back.
Gents, do you know where Soker is? We're running a little bit late.
I mean, he should be here. Bro stars in the documentary. It's Mr. Hollywood.
What's up, boys? Still the same guy, you know? What's going on? Am I late? I'm ordered right. I'm ordered right. I'm ordered right.
Okay.
I'm looking left. I'm looking left.
Yeah, I'm
outside
looking
prison.
left.
Crack. I'm a PA left. I'm PA left. I'm PA left.
Left. Knocked one.
I PA'd it. They gotta play inside or the wall.
Yeah.
I'm on the right. On the wall. Holy shit.
I took wall control.
On the right. Look at the right, kids.
One shot.
Knocked two. That's man them.
I'm playing up. Keep looking, green. Last one.
Zone.
Holy shit, you guys. He's at headquarters right here.
I'm running at him. Can I get a kill, please? Can I kill him, please? Please.
Why did you want kills? Yo, chill. Good shit. Oh, shit.
Oh, Falcons winning at EWC. I've seen that before, but are they officially on top of the leaderboard? We'll check in on that in a moment. First, though, let's break down game number 3. I have I Hold Shift, Dream Crazy, and, of course, the Man in the Mirror Reflections. I want to start with you, though, Dream. We are watching Leviathan, right? The Europeans taking on Twisted Minds or Falcons earlier round. How'd it go this time?
I'm always rooting for that team, especially because you guys know I love Decky, but it was a little bit unfortunate that they got pushed by both Twisted Minds and the Falcons.
Oh, so they got to fight them both this time.
Well, yeah, basically, they got the double sandwich, but I tell you what, they were looking good game 1, a little bit of a fall off, but it's hard when you're fighting a top team like Twisted Minds. And then Shifty, he's the one that played, spoiler alert, because the Falcons, they came to life. Shifty and Biffle, both going off, both crying. It's unfortunate they got caught in the crossfire.
We don't have the official numbers, but I feel like it's either Shifty or Biffle at the top.
Has to be.
Aiden
has to.
Z-Smith,
yeah.
Allman.
Yeah.
Where did they finish? Because they had a terrible drop 1 and 2.
That is correct, but they were getting challenged ferociously, and that's going to happen over at Factory. Factory is highly contested, much like Control is, and for Aiden, he's used to that because this has been his landing spot even for previous rosters going back to the previous year of EWC, but that's how Factory is going to end up enrolling. Now for them though, one of the biggest things that ended up hurting them was, yes, the early fights, that's naturally going to happen, but also the zones just didn't favor them. They went all the way across the map over towards Control. So once they finally did end up winning Factory, they then had to go through a multitude of teams. It's never easy.
Shift, were you surprised to see Rock back in our final 5? They were going up against the Falcons in that last fight.
Dude, Rock and FaZe are playing consistent drops right now. I think they're getting a lot of opening space against some lesser teams. In their opening drops, they're finding good kills, they're clearing space, and then they've got the freedom of either the top or the bottom side of the map to rotate around, and it's causing issues for teams like Falcons and Twisted Minds early. But we heard it from Ahsoka at the end. They're back to normal. They're not trying weird stuff, and right now it does feel like our top 2 teams are taking out the belt and getting a little BTA action in the last 2 drops.
Well, I did ask you all to follow 3 teams coming in here. It was ROC, Twisted Minds, and Falcons. Let's start with our reigning champs from 2024, Hisoka, Shifty, and Biffle. Did they get off to the hot start we were expecting?
Absolutely did. As far as I'm concerned, Falcons are back on top. Even if they're not in first place, the fact that Ahsoka says we're just knocking off the rust and they're still performing as well as they did
and these
throughout
kids are
the series.
Ish.
No, dude, they're the best, man. One of the things about them is they have full faith in Ahsoka to be that anchor and be that IGL. So it allows Biffle and Shifty just to go and slay out. The fact that they're putting pressure on Control in the zones in this first series and then in Control, that's the reason why they were so successful.
One of the things that I nitpicked about the Falcons, because you saw it in, I believe it was like a game final or a scrim or something. Shifty, you hear Ahsoka saying, come, we gotta rotate. Shifty wasn't listening, and there was a little bit of an awkward situation, so I was like, hey, make sure you listen to your IGL. Shifty, he does what he does best. Sometimes instincts take over, but yeah, that was my one nitpick thing. You gotta listen to Mr. Closer. He'll bring you to late game, and hey, flying, frying, everything was just connecting perfectly.
And the thing is, they almost won 2 out of the 3 games.
Correct. Thank you. I was about to say, the other thing that this is reminiscent of, watching game 1, watching game 3 in particular, is Falcons take away pivot points on the map like no other team does. Like, talking about the success of ROC, other squads like FaZe, where it's like, yeah, they're doing great, like clearing the North Coast or clearing the South Coast. Eventually, you got to get to the middle of the map. And when Falcons are taking over Control and finding top prison Control late in the game, it makes it so hard for teams to rotate against them, and it ends up putting them in the mix of having to fight multiple teams at once, where Falcons just got their feet kicked up, rocking teams from up top.
Hisoka is a great player.
Yep.
But I wonder, could Puckett spawn in and just hide in a corner and let Shifty and Biffle do what they do and just bring them back in over time? As much as we love the Falcons, we got to talk about their opposition here in Group A, because they go by the name of Twisted Minds. Aiden and Z-Smith bringing in Allman. We knew his slaying power was going to take this team to the next level. They were off to a very quiet start in drop 1 and 2.
Danjo called it out best. These guys, they will typically have a slow start, sometimes a couple of throwaway games, that if you will, but still, they will come alive. And in this game 3, of course, Z-Smith, Aiden, Allman, all doing just that, maybe just being just enough as we tally up the scoreline. But for these guys, and with Allman into the mix, I just really love to see them progress as a team, because Allman as the IGL, I mean, he's so dang good, even being compared to Hisoka as S-tier player ranking, if you guys saw the player ranks last night on the Pulse Check.
Well, I think for me, Leviathan, they weren't expecting to have that much of a fight. I mean, Lays was tearing it up, and at one point almost opened it up with a triple. But for Twisted Minds, again, having to traverse across from Factory through Prison, ultimately over towards the control area of the map, it's not easy. But, I mean, shit, as far as I'm concerned, Twisted Minds did a wonderful job facing through adversity. And this is a team that has a high skill ceiling that could very well go all the way.
I think the thing that's really refreshing about this team, looking through not how they started, but more so how they finished, is they know maybe better than anyone else when they have an advantage in gunfights that could lead to third-party situations, especially when you saw them that last map, rotating through bottom portions of Prison. Difficult, because you just never know who's around you, but they're getting good information, and they're finishing teams very quickly.
Now, there's a lot of talk in Call of Duty. Anyone who's ever played the game knows this. But who's speaking the loudest in-game? Alan, I know you watch the greatest players in Call of Duty across all platforms. Who shoots more bodies, Celium, Z-Smith, or Shifty?
Shifty.
Shifty right now?
Yeah, probably right now. I mean, it's tough. He's going to be top of the kill leaderboard, or at least up there with Biffle. So they have more opportunities to shoot more bodies.
Talk your talk with the magazine, my friend.
He's going to talk his
We
talk.
got to take a look, though, at the Europeans. As much as we love our North American squads, Rock came out firing. We know Wars, the OG, was going to be able to lead his team, but who was going to be able to top frag for the squad? I was very impressed by Visions and Prodigy. What did you see Dream Crazy throughout their 3 games?
I mean, obviously their game 1 is impressive, but you always saw them in the final moments. But it was their really impressive plays and Slay's Vision being one of them. I mean, I called them out at the top of the show being Europe's finest, best. And, well, he was proving that. A lot of long-range shots, a lot of engagements. Of course, we saw them clutch up so many times, Al.
Yeah, I think the other thing, and just kind of looking into the early numbers, this is currently the closest gapping in average kills per player on the map right now. Everyone averaging about 5. Whereas you compare that to a Falcons team, Hisoka's not in the kill feed as much as the other 2. Right. Those 2 are playing 2v3s. These guys are playing 3v2s, and they're cleaning up as a full group, which is really refreshing to watch.
Without a doubt. And for me, for Rock, one of the things that is so valuable that we mentioned at the very beginning was the fact that they all have LAN experience. They were here last year, so they want to go all the way, and I think they truly can. So for Rock, hugely impressed with their performance.
Rock is feeling good, and they're talking good. Here's Wars with Miles Ross.
Wars from ROC, mate, map 1, an absolute delight.
We were cooking. I mean, yeah, like I said, we always usually, you know, for the qualifiers and stuff, even World Series and stuff, we usually start a bit slow and stuff and sort of heat up towards the end. This time we've had a good start. Now it's just maintaining it, really.
We could see you in the player cam afterwards have to compose yourself. You had to dial it all back, like, yeah, come on. Yeah. So how did you do that? Is this something you've been thinking about practicing coming into this?
Not really. It's just about just chilling and just enjoying the moment. Just, do you know what I mean? You know, don't take it too serious. And obviously, you know, there's a lot of money on the line and stuff, but, you know, just gotta chill out a bit and enjoy it, really.
It looked like you were enjoying it in map 2 and 3 as well. Can you walk us through a little bit of 2?
Yeah, no, like we definitely enjoyed it. I mean, there's a few mistakes that we made and stuff, which we like talked about after, you know, after the game and stuff, just try and sort out a few things. But yeah, I feel like overall we played pretty good.
Map 3, a great finish as well. You're sitting well up the leaderboard right now. I mean, what's the game plan from here? Stay cool?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, all the teams that tried to land on us and stuff, well, it didn't go very well, I don't think. So as long as we just keep doing that and just lock down that spot and stuff, I think we'll be quite good.
Fantastic, mate. I'll let you get back to the team. Thank you so much, man. Good luck. Take care.
Wars was all smiles after drop number 2, but will he be happy as we take a look at the leaderboard? Shift, you have the insight. What are we seeing here, buddy?
That is a very significant start for ROC sitting in second. The funny thing about it, and no one's laughing, Falcons are still up 10 on them after really only having 2 solid drops. It's just that last drop gives you the impression that this Falcons team is going to have murder on the mind.
Reminder, you got to finish in the top 7 if you want to make it through. Dream Crazy, any surprises in our top 7 through our Group A-B?
100 Thieves, baby. I mean, especially the fact that they had technically zone pull, like control is their area. Movie star Koi obviously disrupted that a lot, but for that's just got to be the biggest shocker for me.
And also for Leviathan to be as far down the standings as they are, despite those great plays in Factory against Twisted Minds. It comes to show you they're just not consistent, but they do have huge moments, and I really do. I hope they start to clean that stuff up going on.
Placements.
We do have another round of drops coming in. A new group is about to take the stage. Before we get to that, I hear we have some spicy takes. Let's take a look.
Thank you very much, Chris. We are very much in the arena with non-crushed keys so far. That will be changing very, very quickly, but also your opinions of us will be changing very quickly because we've got some hot takes to go through.
We've got some hot takes presented by Al Habib Medical Group. My first hot take is pretty simple. I think all of the teams are changing everything up. VODs, all of that research we've done about drop spots, all thrown out. People are changing things for group stages. I'm telling you, Chris.
All these research segments for absolutely nothing. That's what I'm hearing, at least anyway. But mine is a little harder than that one. I'm thinking Team Vision are going to go on and really make a run this tournament. I think they're a contender for the whole thing. Lennon dropping 64 kills in the qualifier. The next best in Europe was 48. The guy is on a tear. And to follow that up, I don't think our reigning champions are going to really be there. I don't think Falcons finish in the top 3.
Okay, yeah, the first part was not very hot. The second part, absolutely hot. The Falcons are going to be up there. But I think the big question is, where is FaZe? My second hot take, FaZe, they may not have a drop spot with their name on it right now, and I think that's a good thing. That's what I'm talking about in group stages. Those types of teams are going to make huge, huge waves in this competition.
I can't wait to see it. Let's see if you can break down the nonsense, Chris. We went a bit off track there. I do apologize.
Reflections. Which one of those two gentlemen failed med school?
Without a doubt, Chris Todd. Are you kidding me? First off, Vision, that's a great call, FIFA. Like, that's my boy. But then to say Falcons won't finish top 3 after a performance like that, he's shocked.
The mustache man has been sipping the EU Kool-Aid. He does not have faith in our NA squads, but Shift, you do. We're about to see some from Group C. You excited?
Yeah, I've got more faith in Virtus Pro than Ton has in his mustache, I'll tell you that much. Wow.
Dream, final thoughts on this one.
Well, I was going to ask if you all can rock the mustache on finals day, you know, like maybe just get some matching, ton matching.
Give me 3 more weeks. I might be able to get there. For now, we got to go to a break. When we come back, it's the second round of groups. Don't go anywhere. It's EWC. The party continues live in Saudi Arabia. Welcome back, everybody, to the Esports World Cup for Warzone here in 2025. It's looking like 2024. The Falcons out on top early, but it's still day one, and we're about to now turn over a whole new group. Dream Crazy, Group A versus Group C. How do they stack up?
I mean, okay, well, if we're looking at Group A, Group C, I'm looking at Virtus Pro first of all right? Virtus Pro contesting Vision Esports at Chemical. This team obviously is a huge team that we're looking at because Sage obviously was the player on that team that didn't get to play last year. He was coaching, so coming into here, I'm looking at that squad right away.
And of course, this will be 3 drops for A and C, and then C is going to stay on the stage to face off against all the teams you just saw from Group B, including 100 Thieves and Movie Star Koi. But let's break down this Group C a little bit. Reflections. I'm looking at the leaderboard and I see Virtus Pro.
Yeah.
Right behind them, though, is Team Visions. Right. Are you going with the top NA squad or the top EU squad in this group? What do we like at the top?
Oh, it's so hard for me, man, because I'm a big fan of Sage. His story is incredible, and he's just happy to be on that very stage play. Because last year he was a coach, this year he's competing, and let's not forget Sage is literally a world champion, winning the World Series of Warzone Global Finals in London in 2023. Now, Vision has FIFA Kill, and that's my boy, and he's looking to be a champion himself.
I'll just
So if
sit
I
here
had to
and
go with
attend the
anybody,
meeting,
I gotta go with Vision because I'm always backing FIFA Kill up.
All right, so let's dive a little bit deeper into this Vision squad because everyone knows FIFA Kill. They know Lennon. Play for 100,000. But what about Echo, the new face on this squad? Are they a threat to some of the big dogs in the competition?
I think with Echo, it definitely elevates this team because the other 2 pieces of this puzzle really didn't have a good showing last year at EWC. This has got to be the squad that has to work, and so far, looking at them through qualifiers, it's provided. They were able to find 177 total points, put them first overall in EU.
You won't believe, Vishal. 2 teams came from
this
Asia,
map
man,
this year.
somehow.
Can we talk
Orbs'
about
team,
Lennon and
the
how
one
much
that
he's
won,
grown
and Salah
as a
Navi
player?
are the team that we pulled down from the first position. Even they are there for some reason. How?
As his name has been called, you guys. So he's been absolutely
It's supposed to be one team
eliminating
from
his
Asia.
opponents. You'll catch him talking smack.
They are
too.
in
We're
some
talking
other
shooting
group, not
bodies.
in
If
group
he gets
1.
confident, I'd believe it. He's going to be taking out the lobby.
The other team, though, that we are expecting to go big on the scoreboard once again is Virtus Pro, and you're going to be familiar with these faces. Noobs, of course, playing for Fnatic last year. We talked about Sage. He was here coaching with the Falcons. He was not very happy to be coaching, to be honest. I caught up with him. He's like, you know, I love being an IGL. I kind of feel like I'm not able to do everything. Well, he now has one of the best guns in the game to tell what to do. That's Dongy, who had a last-minute team last year. This squad could go deep.
Shout out to Seymour with the Dongwick call-outs, all right? Dongy is sensational. I mean, he is incredible. You partner that with Noobs, who's had so much success in the past, and then you bring in Sage. This roster looks to be one of the strongest rosters as far as I'm concerned in our tournament. In fact, we had him in our power rankings as like our favorites. But for Sage, again, I just want to say, by the way, he's just such a good guy, and he has so many opportunities, and he loves each and every one of them. But Noobs, though, again, a guy with an incredible past, and he wants to make his future even better than the last. Noobs is simply that guy.
Yeah, I mean, he's a great support player. I mean, he'll hold things down. And, you know, I wanted to add a quick extra note about Dongy because in this tournament, you guys, endurance is key. Dongy, even watching scrims on him, he was like, I think 20 kills above Shifty. He's going to be the one that will outlast everyone.
And Shift, if you watched Dongy last year, I wasn't even sure he was 18. I was like, are you sure he's allowed to play on this stage? He's got facial hair now. He's feeling confident. He's rocking an orange jersey, not a pink jersey. Look out for Virtus Pro. But they're not the only ones. We have people like All Gamers in this group coming up, and we're going to see what one of the most OG players in this competition can do. You have Rated coming in, and he's been around since, what, 2012?
Yeah, he's been around every form of competitive Call of Duty as well. On top of that, it just comes down to, will this team be able to keep up with all the top heavy slayers that we're talking about? Your Dongies, you're now going up to Falcons and Twisted Minds as well, so throw in Smit and Biffle into the conversation. Someone on that team needs to establish themselves as being able to dominate, take over, and play those 2v3 moments that we've really highlighted for teams like Falcons. That's the one question mark about this team. Can they do it? Because there have been questionable moments in their past.
Great call outs there. We have a lot of great personalities here in Warzone, but 3 of my favorites are all representing with the OG eSport crews. There you go, by the club name of Virtus Pro.
Hello, my name is Miles Ross. I'm here with Virtus Pro. I've got Sage, Dongy, and Noobs. I'm going to ask them some lovely questions. Last year, you didn't compete as a team together. No. How did this happen? How did this couch come to be?
You know, just a little bit of conversations here and there, and, you know, seeing the results of how tournaments went was kind of just a deciding factor for us. I feel like we all had it on ourselves to be like, oh, if we had a good year, then, you know, but I think we all, like, came together towards the end, and we were just like, we got to be the team to beat this year. So we kind of just formed it, and since then it's been really good.
Well, there's a big whisper going around. There's a little whisper, but there's also a big whisper. You guys, you know, are here to threaten the dynasty. You know, how do you feel about that?
I mean, I'm ready to raise the crown this year, honestly. I'm so ready. I've been waiting for it for a whole year, honestly. And being here last year and not being able to compete in coaching hurt. But, I mean, it gives me a lot to work for, and it gives me a lot to look at. And I'm just looking at that trophy and waiting to put it in for that confetti, honestly.
I competed here last year with a different team. We didn't do too well. My first LAN, I didn't do too well. Last year, I got second at World Series, and I hate that feeling. I want nothing but to win. I want to win everything. I don't really care. That's all I'm here for. I just don't want to do anything else.
Yeah. We came second last year at EWC, and I mean, that was definitely a dagger, especially being like 10 points away from the victory. But this year, I'm definitely looking to win the whole thing.
Sage, former teammates. It's an interesting and ongoing conversation about wanting to prove something, you know, how you feel about it. Is there anything you would like to say for yourself? I mean, what does it mean to you to play against them?
Getting my hands on them this year definitely feels a lot better. I feel like I could definitely get in there and just make sure they don't ever come back and breathe again.
Boys, feeling pressure coming to this tournament? Obviously, you've got the, you've got the love, you've got the fight, it's all there, but in the back of your mind, how do you as competitors get rid of that pressure? Or try to turn that into something different?
Obviously, there's build-up to events. You get excited. You get a lot of different emotions. But as soon as you sit down, get your hands on the controller, and you play on that stage, it's a different type of mental. You lock in. So that's really what it comes down to. Isn't it too early for merch? At that stage on the day.
It's just like a switch for me. Like right as I put those earbuds in, the headphone over, like it's just game time for me.
I've been Miles Ross. This has been Virtus Pro. See you in the next one.
That is Virtus Pro, and while Sage answered most of the questions, I want to know who is dropping the biggest numbers through their first 3 drops.
Doggy.
Dongy, the man plays at a different speed. We're excited to see him, but there's another squad we want to give a shout out to, and my man Gataga has his club Gentlemates in action. They fell short in the CDL. They're looking to bounce back strong here in Warzone.
Well, you didn't really set a high bar there, Chris. But no, the thing is, this is a 3 Frenchman squad, and I think the only question here is how well are they going to vibe? How well are they going to chem? Did not have the greatest performance in EU quals, but there is a lot of ceiling behind it. I think particularly, I'm looking at Enkyo out of the 3. He's shown that in other forms of Warzone, he can definitely be a top slayer. It just comes down to, have they gotten their roles identified? And more importantly, what do they want to do on the map? Because you've got a handful of top tier squads that are looking to beat them up.
Absolutely. I mean, this squad for me too was a question mark because they were a team that was rotating POIs. Some were like, okay, are they going bio? Are they going here? Are they going control? But for the Gentlemates, I think Alan put it best. Enkyo, a lot of pressure on him, but he was up with Gabe, Rookie of the Year last year.
Yeah. I'm looking through Group C. We have the top EU squad in Team Visions. You've got the top Middle East team in EXO Esports, and you got number 2 NA squad in Virtus Pro. Falcons, of course, had the invite, so Virtus Pro officially number 2 on our leaderboard. Who finishes highest at the end of this one? Give me your top 3 for Group C.
Top 3 for just from Group C specifically.
Dude, there's this company called Linus Tech Tips, right? They are like this tech
and then I'm gonna go Inner Circle. I really feel like Inner Circle is going to be my roster.
Right.
Honest to God, dude, I feel like Inner Circle is going to be that roster. But what's interesting about all this, if you don't mind me going on a little bit here for a second, you have 4 rosters from Group C who land in bio and chemical. So it's going to be highly contested. Now, FaZe did a really good job, right? But FaZe likes to land over in that area. So now they've got 4 teams who are going to be joining where FaZe is currently landing. So therefore, it could be a bloodbath over on the northeastern portion of the map.
All right, well, Tommy is coaching Inner Circle. Tommy used to play with TBE. That was Tommy, Ben, a.k.a. Almond, and Eddie, a.k.a. Noobs. So he knows where his buddies like to go. This is resurgence, though. It could get weird. Final predictions before we kick off Group AC.
Between A and C this time?
Yeah, I'll expand it to you. How's that
You
sound?
know what? You know what?
Let's make it harder.
That's hard. Yeah, that is definitely harder with Falcons in the mix. But I think Virtus Pro, they've been doing their homework. I think they're going to take the cake.
Yeah, they've been able to watch.
I think outside of Virtus Pro and outside of Vision, Group C is going to get flipping farmed. I've got Group A running up the score against Group C in this one. I think you're going to see a lot of teams in A bump up.
Scummin, Nate Dogg, and Rated from All Gamers may have something to say about it, but they didn't in the qualifier. They're going to be my team to watch.
All right.
Novo Esports, though, is another team coming out that a lot of people have been chatting about. What are expectations for Novo if you're a fan at home?
Well, Vortex. Vortex is that guy. He's a leading slayer. He's a person on the battlefield that you cannot discredit or count out. I do still feel like A is most likely going to be the dominant group here, but for Nova with Vortex, I fully believe in him, and he could very well surprise everybody.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to give our players 2 more minutes to plug in their controllers. When we come back, it's going to be party time live at EWC. Don't go anywhere.
I've been gone for 40 minutes. The fourth map hasn't started.
Welcome back, one and all. While we're still getting the stage ready for this next one, we want to break down the action that you're about to witness. Now, these are drops 4, 5, and 6 on a 9-drop day, but it's our first look at Group C. So that's where I want to start the conversation. We already talked about some of the favorites in the group, but let's show some love to all the teams that qualified. Team XO is one we were talking about during the break. Why? Because the Saudi fans here in Riyadh are amazing, and we know that they get behind their homegrown talent.
Yeah.
XO is probably going to be the team to cheer for here in Group C, right?
I think so. I mean, Hamoud is a guy that I've been pumping up since last year, really 2 years ago, whenever he was introduced onto the World Series Warzone global stage in London. You were, Dream, one of the people hyping him up, but I became a big fan of him last year, not representing Falcons, but representing Falcons, I believe, at the World Series of Warzone. So he's got history, but a Saudi local. He always brings the energy, and he was a part of the roster that was the only roster really to challenge Team Falcons last year in Stronghold, which means he's not scared to go up against the top teams in the lobby. I love Hamoud as a player. He can drop big numbers, and I do feel like his success is overdue. It's a matter of what he can do with this new roster from XO Esports.
Yeah, and I mean, watching them in the meta qualifier, my biggest question was, because we always seen Hamoud with or Zizix or Jawad,
right.
who's on Evos, right? So different teammates, and he was with, you know, also Crims as well. So seeing him with Notorious and Penguin, I was like, how are they going to do? You know, it was a little bit up in the air, but they were playing really good, locking down Stronghold, the green side, and it was all credits to Penguin. I talked with Hamoud. He said, you know, IGL, he slays it too, and he was leading them in late game.
Well, the thing about Hamoud is, like, this is his now third LAN event, like on the biggest stage, right? On the major stage. That is invaluable experience, and now bringing in 2 new guns, as far as I'm concerned, like, I think he's going to be the most valuable member on squad.
One extra note, they get extra practice too, that region. They have better practice now.
That's a good point. I think the other thing about it is, like, whenever we see someone who is kind of an up-and-comer, like Hamoud is, now he's the veteran on this team. How does he take over that role of being kind of a mentor to guys who've never seen a stage like this before? It's a tall ask, and especially going into this opening set of groups playing each other, it's going to be a battlefield for him.
Now remember, no one thought VKA was going to win a game in our previous group, right? They were one of the lower seeded teams that came in towards the end of the qualifiers. I feel like XO is in that same place. If you can stay alive, you could go deep. But here's a look at VKA. This is a team that we wanted to show some love to, because from Group B, they're going to be playing later on tonight. They already have a win. The question is, can they stack up some more frags?
You know, I gotta give credits to Aizen, because he just switched from mouse and key to a controller, and we saw him sniping on that dockside by control. They really shocked us with controlling that side of the map.
Final predictions. We got VP, Team Vision, All Gamers, and Inner Circle as 4 of the squads that could make a challenge to Group A. Well, our players are ready. It's time to find out who's going to get it done.
Well, hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Goj. I've got the amazing Ton next to me, and really excited to see what Group C can bring us here, Ton.
We're really excited. It's going to be an interesting one. We changed things up from what we just seen before. Those first 3 games were insane, but we've got a few drop points to talk on here, and we're going to be jumping in very, very quickly. So let's quickly cover. Control Center was very heavily contested over those first 3 games. We are likely moving away from there over towards more the northern side of the map.
Yeah, it's going to be a battle for Chemical, a battle for Bio. You heard the desk. It's going to be a battle for all, but I think Control Center might be a little bit more quiet this time around. Folks, get ready for game number 4 of the day, but the first game for Group C, it looks like, holy cow, VP starting out with a bang. Was that a team wipe? I don't know what that was.
I mean, nobody dropping just yet, but everything getting very, very mixy over towards Bioweapons. I think for me, that was one that was really looking towards Gentlemates and Team Vision, potentially going over towards that side. But Gentlemates up against Fnatic is typically a matchup that we'll be keeping an eye on as things do go on. Very big EU battle to kick things off.
Yeah, this is a really important battle over here in Bio and Chemical for multiple reasons. I think one of the main ones here, though, is that VP has been one of the most strong teams in Rebirth Island, and to have a team potentially contest them, it doesn't look like it was much of a contest as we swing over to that Bio side as Inxie and Zakar. They have been crushing it. Well, frankly, Ton, they crushed it in the first game, but they've been a little quiet in the next 2 here for Fnatic.
They were a little bit, but somebody else is actually getting involved here. Inner Circle starting to get in on the fight as well. Angsien trying to stay alive, the rest of his team is still along, but Gronalog doing what he can only find the one, will fall. Big fight going on between these 3 teams here, and right now, I think if you're INC, you need to survive.
Yeah, this is a huge moment for Inner Circle to really prove themselves. Bray, 18 years old. They win out in APAC, just like the desk talked about, and now they're trying to win out in Bio. See Obs get back into the mix, of course, Resurgence, and unfortunately, Hollow gets cut down quickly. Teeny goes in for the trade, picks up another. Inxian alone and, well, fully alone. That's a nice wipe there for our APAC team.
Yeah, no, it's a nice start for them, to be honest with you. In a circle, finding their way over, picking up the pieces, and bioweapons is entirely theirs. I was really curious, actually, if we were going to see Virtus Pro start to make their way over from Chemical. They decided not to. They're still looting up.
Yeah, it's a good shout. A battle here, as per the usual with Twisted Minds. This is a battle that will continue, folks. A couple battles, Control, namely, is going to be quiet, but this side, the factory, it's going to be active all day today and tomorrow, and it's going to be this fight right here. Twisted Minds wins out yet again. I believe the overall belt for factory is now 2-2 in 4 maps, as Decky's team in deep trouble.
Yeah, I mean, they had a bit of a slow start to the day, did Twisted Minds, but they are very much warmed up and up and running over towards the factory side. Interested to see, of course, what the squad of AGAL are going to be doing here to kick things off. That's not necessarily the hottest of drops or the hottest of starts for them, but things starting to get a little more mixy over towards the prison side. A lot of teams fighting over headquarters right now as well. A lot of movement down towards factory, as you mentioned, at least 3 teams down.
Yeah, EVOS, an opportunity to continue to make a name for themselves. Of course, if you watch a lot of Warzone, you've seen some of those names before, but on the main stage, they still have a lot to prove as we swing back to the fight that has been going on for all 4 of these maps. I just mentioned it, and Twisted Minds still on top in this fight, still making sure that Lays can't slay out. Man, that player so dang good in the first 2, but unfortunately for Decky and his team, can't get anything going in the 4th.
Yeah, Falcon's starting to get interested over towards this factory side. They are the shots that's coming in over towards Noobs. They're full firing down, keeping them down there over towards factory. A couple of the teams have kind of moved themselves away over towards the harbor side. Falcons on the hunt once more.
This is classic Falcons behavior. We saw what they were able to do in Game 3, one of the biggest games of the day, absolutely the biggest game of the day. And frankly, the Falcons really play 2v3 as you see Biffle and Shifty play together looking for trades. They're okay with dying and they're able to trade out 1. Gets the cleanup, will get cut down, but guess what? Hisoka is all alone with 100 miles to himself in Stronghold.
I mean, that's a good trade for Twisted Minds, right? Falcons get themselves 1, you get yourselves 2. Not a problem whatsoever, as teams now starting to make their move. Circle coming in towards the southwest side of the map. Bio and Chemical and Engineering. Somewhere we said was going to be busy, entirely cut off. So teams going to be fighting for a little bit of purchase over towards Industries.
Yeah, a quick shout on this map view, by the way. As you can tell, Team 9 in the salmon there. That's going to be Team Vision. We expected them to land straight on top of this VP squad, and I think they did. Got wiped almost immediately. VP kill able to rat, stay alive, plays down toward Harbor now. We'll see if they can regain as VP is on the hunt. Sage picking up 1 on Zakar.
Yeah, that's Fnatic falling, but they had a really good game, number 1. Kind of went under the radar a little bit, but the kills are being put up by them. Can they continue to do so? Here's Dongy. Our first look at one of the guys that a lot of people have got their eyes on throughout this tournament. A couple of kills coming down though, very much a 3-way fight. Which way is it going to go, team? He will find his way through, and that is squad 4 wipe. Fnatic out early does.
Yeah, Inner Circle came to play. Shout out to Taylor Reflections, Noble on the desk. He was shouting him out. They're looking good. I don't know if it's the coaching from Tommy or just this team really is that good, but a perfect third party, even though they're on the back foot up in Bio. They've completely restabilized. And now VP trying to restabilize and get back onto the hunt as we see a couple teams inside of prison still.
Just another note, actually, Fnatic have obviously had themselves, FaZe Clan have had themselves a very good start to the tournament. Right now, just trying to survive and hit a bit of a regain. Had a very, very slow start, so keep an eye on how things are going to go. But Dongy now starting to get eyes on our Australian team over towards the water side, but now for a little bit of a fight around prison. Not the best spot for them, they'll get out of dodge. But the fight does continue. Diaz and Biffle and Co, I should say, sorry, over towards Control. And where did they win those games from? It was Control. They currently have entirely that building locked down.
Leviathan somehow still on this map after what looks like they've been wiped 3 times. Their anchor is still alive on the boat outside of Factory, so we'll continue to keep our eyes out for that orange team. See Extra J go to the top, take a look around, and yes, there's a couple people down below them. This sandwich has been going on for a while as well. Neither team really able to get better footing than the others. High ground here in prison isn't always the best position. But our zone is tending towards, well, frankly, the majority of the zones we've seen thus far are likely headed towards Control, or maybe the land out in the open between Docks and Control.
And I think the only thing is for Falcons here, everyone's kind of ignored them. A lot of action going down towards the southeast side of the map right now, and that is right where we are now. Prison is not necessarily the central area of it, but around Factory, plenty of teams in and around it. EVOS Esports over towards headquarters might get caught between a few.
Yeah, and Biffle continuing to just farm kills wherever you can find them. Usually playing right next to Shifty, and right now all alone. Looking for kills inside, seemingly having the upper hand. Look, I'll take Diaz Biffle in a 1v1 any day of the week, including today. Havoc's a great player, unfortunately out of here.
Now starting to make them move a little bit here. Falcons starting to maybe spread their wings. Because right now, nobody's going anywhere near control center. They don't want anything to do with it. And after that previous game, I'm honestly not too shocked, Coach.
Yeah, and it does look like VP. Yeah, I was going to say, it looks like they've got their anchor up in the water tower. So pretty much alone up there for a while. Decent high ground position. Should be able to fly over to prison. No problem and maintain the high ground position. VP beginning to spread a bit over top. So we take a look at Twisted Minds, who, again, really a slow start to the first 2 games. But the last 2, including this one, really strong as they continue to farm this Leviathan team. They just cannot get stabilized, and even catching Thermite, Molotov, anything in between, they are in trouble as, guess what? Vision here looking to finally get a few kills on the board. They really had a bad start here.
Yeah, they've had a bad start. They've kind of been caught in between a few different teams. A lot of action going down towards the bottom factory side. They were kind of lingering more towards the harbor, now starting to get involved, but getting cut down. Echo with the first one to fall, but look at how Aiden is going. 6 kills to his name already. Twisted Minds having a much better time.
Well, let's take a quick listen in with this team.
Yeah, 20, absolute, Smith. I'm tapping. I'm coming now if you want to wait. Dead. You fucking dog shit, Lennon. Let's fucking go.
Let's go, baby.
Is that their anchor? We can push him out.
yeah,
last. We have time. With you. He's trying to run all the way to gas. He's going to gas. I'm looking. He's weak on the buy. He res. Crack. Climbing left. Crack. Dead. Nice. I get that fool. They might try to come back in factory really fast. I'm gonna get the height. I'm gonna get the height look. I'm gonna buy another UE. We're gonna try to third HQ in a sec too. Yeah, we can hold in advance.
This is the Twisted Minds we've been waiting for. Extremely clear comms, a few choice words for their opponents, and they are farming right now. Watch out for Twisted Minds in the in-game. They can push up into new. They are playing outside the zone right now, picking up a ton of kills as we head over to AG Global.
I mean, talk about 2 personalities who are going to go up against each other. You see Aiden clapping immediately over towards Lennon. And that's what we do love about BR, right? It's what we love about Warzone. Now teams starting to get themselves set up as we do go in towards the mid-game. Into circle 3, things starting to get interesting, things starting to get a little tighter. You Smith now, you're just trying to survive, but to be honest with you, we've seen a good game so far out of Twisted Minds. They're closing that gap.
Yeah, they've got a big game on their hands right now. I think we saw Aiden on nearly double digits. But you're right, because we were playing on the outskirts of zone, battling in can be quite difficult if they're being held from prison. And it is King Madi up above. Raining terror, raining hellfire as Allman and Aiden just try to find the right angle. I don't think they've got any streaks to try to play this cover, but enough damage on King Madi. He actually backs up, and they're able to push up down below. A perfect push from Twisted Minds to get safe.
And they said they wanted to make their way over towards headquarters, so they've been forced into prison. It's not necessarily where they want to be, but they're safe, and that has to be the important thing. Circle about to close. Which way are we heading? Right towards the center. And once again, do they read it every time? Control center, Falcons, #1 team, currently sitting in number A spot.
A lot of folks said history was going to repeat itself at EWC here with Warzone, and history's repeating itself just from game 3 to game 4. Good grief. The Falcons have power position in control. We'll see what they're able to do about it. Twisted Minds go all the way underneath and unfortunately get punished for it. Inner Circle is here. They got here very early, and because of that, they're getting paid.
Yeah, they've had a good game in there as well. Can they keep it up over towards the latter stages? Kind of in the middle of no man's land right now, and they are being farmed. Cams will find orbs, and all of a sudden, everybody else starting to cast some eyes over towards that Australian squad. They'll manage to find themselves some cover, but everybody else now fighting for the real estate in and around prison. Control center is going to be that spot though towards the end of the game. We're really going to see a fight between these teams at prison, whoever ends up being left there, and of course the Falcons.
What a long
That's a really good shot. I'm pretty impressed with our team number 7 there in yellow. That's Jawad's team. Oh well, just maintaining position in headquarters since the very beginning of the game. We actually saw, I think it was Robstar on top of that tower. I think it's circle 1. So watch out for this team playing high ground. Likely going to have to pull off of that position here in probably the next circle. Twisted Minds staying together underneath, but Robstar up in the tower.
The only problem is for me here is that they've been in and around headquarters. Everyone's around them, but are they putting up the numbers? Well, 4 for Robstar. Not a bad amount. Curious to see how the rest of his team have done, but Hisoka finding Lennon. Echo and FIFA Kill turning it round. Team number 10, AJAL, out. Very much at the hands of Team Vision, who haven't necessarily had too great of a game, but that may well help them on their way to a decent score here.
Yeah, and that AG wipe is more of a story than just getting killed by that one team. It's because of this Team 7 winning out in headquarters. AG has been on the run. So unfortunately, because of that, they get punished and are full out of here. The zone,
I don't think he knows what fooling around means.
pulls directly
Crazy.
to control, and with no 100 Thieves in this lobby, or Movistar or Koi, it is all the Falcons all day.
That's Leviathan out of the game here as well. They kept it rolling, but I mean, everybody's starting to drop now.
Damn, Ops team top 7. Let's go. Dead. Wipe.
No problem for Aiden and Core. He's sitting on 11.
Oh, we just push into the top 5, so the best multiplier you can get if you're not going to win the game. So here we go. Who's going to get to 1.6? Likely the Falcons, but let's see if maybe there's a third-party position where two teams can push at the same time. Is exactly what's happening. Twisted Mind says, oh, Cams, you guys want to go in first? Sounds good. We'll come in from behind. Unfortunately, getting shot in the back. King Madi still playing spoiler with Extra J up on the hill.
I mean, they've done so well to 3P this one. All of a sudden, Aiden Cole think they're in an unbelievable spot to get themselves to control, but here come the Falcons. They're putting
Hisoka's like god-tier position.
Meanwhile, let's see him in.
Good grief. King Madi, Extra J completely in the blender, and they are out of here. We only have 3 teams, and it's 3 of the teams, well, 2 of the teams that everybody's talking about. Twisted Minds versus the Falcons. We talked about it at the top of the show, but look who's in the mix in the middle. Novo has made it to the middle of the sandwich, and the meat may be there. I don't know if it's going to be the meat of the points, but they've got an opportunity. Shifty finds the angle over the top. We catch the tail end of the fight, and Twisted Minds out of here.
And Novo have got here pretty much unscathed, but it's all about the rotation that's going to start going. We can already see one player from the side of
50's dead, bro. Damn. Damn. No way. Soka Stevens another. Ah! Let's go. They are back on top. Stream is stuck? Since when? I think it just got stuck. Nahin? Yeah, it just crashed out.
Head to a very short break here in the booth. We'll see you later.
Sorry, I didn't see. Soka. There's the second win, I think. Soka, right? Like, the first 2 games, they weren't doing so well. I think the first game was okay. Second game, though, they were like so below. And then third and fourth, it is just crazy. I want to see the leaderboard right now. Dude, in like 3 hours, we just did 4 maps. I think that's okay. 3 hours, 4 maps. Map 9-5. Damn, it's gonna be a long stream. I might get off early because Battlefield drops at like 1:30 in the afternoon, so I have to be awake and ready for that. We'll end the watch party soon.
Come to the wall. Come to the wall. I'm holding your top mini.
Last team.
I'm holding your top mini. One just crossed me. One's playing you. I got P'd where I was. I'm going right. I got P'd where I was.
I'm gonna stay here, okay? I'm dying with it. On my top. Cracked one, cracked two.
Stay down, City. Stay down. One shot on one.
One
Yo, sit down to the buy. Sit down to the buy.
On the buy, almost cracked.
On the buy, cracked. I can't. Yo, Bike Kid's still alive.
On my top knocked.
My kid's not looking at me. You shelling me?
Spy Kid, absolute knocked.
I'm holding the kid on you. Cracked on you.
Nice.
The tension in his voice.
Yep, that's about 50% of the games they dropped in that they're now walking away as winners. Falcons with superior positioning. And Alan, you called it out 2 minutes before the rotation actually went down, that the Falcons are simply cutting off everyone on rotation.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's this thing about you could be super critical and be like, yo, why do you guys keep dropping Stronghold? No one's there. You're not getting early kills. They don't care. They don't care, because once you get a free drop, you get your loadouts, then you've got the world at your, essentially in your palms. If the circle ends up being on the northwest side, you fight through control. We saw that now in back-to-back games. If it ends up going towards the southeast side, you rotate through headquarters. No problem. Now we've got the circle for high ground. If it goes to the eastern side of the map, this is where they're most impressive. They rotate late from either of those two POIs to the top side of prison. They follow the circle, and then they're high ground controlling you the entire way. These guys don't make mistakes. They wrap the map better than anyone else because they go from central points of interest, and no one wants to challenge.
I think that's the biggest call out. They still have high ground at all points during this game. Excellent off angle by Hisoka at the very end. But can we talk about some of the early action? I saw Virtus Pro members constantly in the kill feed. They had like 14 kills, Ellen, before they went out around 11th. You don't get a multiplier if you don't finish in your top 10.
It's unfortunate that did happen, but with the way that they are getting those eliminations, just a couple of corrections that, of course, IGL Dongi, I mean, he's Dongi, he slays, he knows the game. I think that with the boot camp that they went through too as well, they're not
Battlefield 6 stats tracker
one of
is
the things
coming.
about Virtus Pros, again, they're landing up towards
That means
biochemical,
online
so
tournaments.
that's going to be a highly contested area. It makes sense they're going to pick up a ton of eliminations, but Group C favored that northeastern side. So I wasn't surprised to see them drop early, but I was impressed with the 14 points they were able to accumulate, which begs the question now, how do they change things up? Because the point multiplier was reduced from 2x to 1.6x, right, from last year to this year, but it's still important to get those placement points.
That's one thing I forgot to say was that fight vision, right? There were so many teams that were on that chemical side that we were wondering, like, are they going to switch those POIs? Where are they going to go? Bio, obviously, Gentlemates got cost the crossfire, but for this next game, Alan, I don't know. It's going to be difficult for these teams to come up.
Yeah, I think, here's the other point about it. That's one drop for Group C. They're going to have time to, and for Virtus Pro, you say, okay, hey, we're doing good in the early game. Let's just stay alive. You finish top 5. You got 5 more. You're chilling if you finish top 5 at that point. So I don't think you're sweating if you're Virtus Pro. I'd be a little bit more worried if you're some of the other teams that find themselves in the mix. I mean, there is just a lot of squads in this group in particular that finished outside the top 10. So Group C is in a little bit of trouble early.
I'll be honest, if you're in Group C, you just sat there, you watched 3 games, and then you come in and you're Gentlemates and you get spanked without a single elimination. My head is gone right now. How do I regroup knowing I still have plenty of time? I have 5 more drops left.
Plenty of time. They've got the fan base behind them as well, right? Flying out like, 60 or so people to be out there in the crowd. They might even be out doing, Falcons and Twisted Minds for the home team, but that's not the performance that they were looking for. But you said it best, Shift. I mean, it's game 1. Plenty of games for them to go. If you don't mind, I do want to highlight Twisted Minds, though, because they were battling fiercely against Team Vision, and we highlighted Vision off the rip. Obviously, FIFA Kill coming into the mix, and we witnessed a massive battle over on the factory side. Now, one of the things I want to highlight that Twisted Minds did better this game than I think they have ever done in the previous games they played was rotating up from the shore side, from factory up towards prison. Alleviating that pressure from the top prison teams was critical, and they were able to do so in great fashion and therefore take bottom prison, ultimately rotate out. And they were also being gate kept from inner circle, who ended up trying to take them out of tunnel, but they ended up sniffing it out, reading it, and then of course they got finished off by Falcons over at control. But for me, that rotation was critical, and it showed that they truly understand their positioning.
What do I need to do to get one of those plushies?
Which one? With Twisted Minds?
I saw a plushie. I was like, I need that little pink brain guy to hang out with me in the studio. No, I love it. Ellen, as we take a look forward here, Group C about to drop back in. Novo Esports is 1. one that we chimed in just a little bit about. That is a squad that I want to put eyes on early in this game. They finished in the top 5 in our first drop for Group C. Expectations going into drop number 2.
I mean, the thing with them too, all of them were alive, right? They were baiting and trading each other so efficiently that going into this next drop, I feel like that's going to be another team that we're going to see on the top. But for Group A, they've obviously Falcons setting the bar really high. If you are at this Group C for this Game 5, I think there's just so much pressure on them as, well, yeah, they got that warm-up game out of the way, but they got to come out swinging.
Nova was the second-place team. That's great for qualifier points, multiplier points, I should say, but you need to drop some more frags. Is there a way to get the better of Shifty, Biffle, Hisoka on the high ground? Is there a way to have a more coordinated attack? Because it looked like they're a little too slow, and Hisoka made them pay.
I think that's more of like a how do you win a championship conversation, not as much a how do you get out of groups conversation. Because Novo, second place, 14 kills, that's solid. Like, if you can keep that and just consistently find yourself in a final battle versus a team like Hisoka and the rest 14. Of Falcons, they're chilling. Like, you're in a good spot. That is a conversation that is going to have to be had, though, because so far, outside of maybe one drop where Falcons are trying something different, no one's able to beat them at their own game. So that is a really strong point, but I think if you're Novo, expectations are low, you have a second place and a good number of kills, you're chilling right now.
Taylor, there is a look back-to-back. Our FaZe Clan and Twisted Minds, they're both sitting there in Group A. They are down to their last 2 drops. Who do you think finishes higher on the leaderboard at the end of the night?
Twisted Minds, without question. Again, their rotation from Factory Net last game up towards bottom prison into control was wonderful. They were also getting pressured by Biffle from Team Falcons. Team Vision joined into the mix, and they took them both on in great fashion. In fact, even backing Biffle off, who was then forced to go over towards the control side to challenge Inner Circle. For me, Twisted Minds, but FaZe, I'm just going to say it. I'm so impressed with the way they performed today from after I was hearing they were going to be one of the bottom teams.
I got a dark horse watch for you, Chris.
Hit me with it.
CT Gaming.
What?
Currently averaging a 6th place finish. 5th, 3rd, 8th, and 4th in their 4 drops. They just need
Call
more
of Duty
kills.
PC's
They're
anti-cheat
currently
will
consistent,
require
though.
secure boot on Windows.
It's time to
They
jump
are
into the
finally
game.
getting
We got
another
Coach and
anti-cheat.
Ton on the mic.
Thank you so
Oh
much,
my.
Mr. Chris
Battlefield was the
Puckett,
first
an
one to do it,
amazing
though.
analyst desk. A great breakdown, and Ton, a great map a great first map for some of our Group C teams.
Yeah, no, they had a very, very solid outing, especially Nova Esports finding that second placement. Of course, kills, not necessarily setting the world on fire, but 14 will do you. If you would offer them that game again, they would snap your hand off. As a guy who did a hot take segment saying the Falcons may well not finish in the top 3, I'm feeling a little silly right now, Coach. It has to be said. But hey, if they can keep this up, we kind of knew they were the team to beat. Let's not get it twisted. But there are some teams who maybe need to step it up, maybe see what they're doing. They're sort of saying, okay, with scripts, you don't want to kind of mess anything up here. When is the time to test it against Falcons? But now I'm looking like Twisted Minds, FaZe Clan, teams who are looking like they are likely to go through. Give them a go, see what you can do.
My hot takes are feeling great. We definitely have some shift ups and FaZe looking good. Let's drop into map number 5 of the day, folks. Number 2 here for Group C. And it looks like things are shifting up quite dramatically as Shifty trying to get into the mix here on Inxion, which means Shifty and I think Biffle have both landed bio just north of this fight that we will continue to see in this group.
The confidence is overwhelming, and they are delusional at the moment, just dropping in on teams in completely different areas. But squad's already been wiped. We're already losing a team. I think that's Fnatic gone in the blink of an eye. All three, White, Glennon, and Co. up and kicking. That is absurdly quick. Everybody gone, and that's Fnatic out of the scoring within 20 seconds.
This fight is one of the most important fights we will see for most of the day today and tomorrow, as these two teams are in a group stage. But one of the fights off screen is that wipe on Fnatic's team. Shifty and Biffle landed bio. They landed bio, wipe Fnatic. They get pushed out finally by the Gentlemates. They basically said, hey, Gentlemates, here's your POI back. How about you go win bio with our help?
Incredible work from the Falcons boys to actually just have the wherewithal, and that's to show different tactics that they have on the board, right? They're not just about dropping stronghold, looting up, moving control, doing their route. It's very much that they can throw a different look at every single game and still dominate their cams and continue to do well here. Nova with a previous very, very good game, still keeping things alive and kicking here. XO Esports, we yet to really get going in game number 1. Nearly wiped in game number 2.
I really like this Novo Esports squad, and again, as we had mentioned, the battle for Kim and Bio is an important one, and the control fight we didn't think it was going to be all that active. It does look like Novo is not uncontested here. They are contested, and they're winning that contest after a fantastic last map. But Hamoud is going to try to punish it and make me look silly, picking up cams and in transition Vortex as well. All of a sudden, Novo Esports in the back foot.
Yeah, great shots coming out from everyone in EXO Esports. That will be control over towards control center for them, and they will take that all day long. But back over towards the factory. Everything was really kicking off towards this side of the map in the previous series, of course. Armand and Cole looking to try and get things going. Had a really good game. Number 4 for them. Number 2 for some of the teams coming in now. So we go into Group C versus Group A. Having a look across the map, though, things settling just a little bit. We can already see a move being made from Falcons over towards Control. Keep an eye on how that's going to be going. But still, the fight continues over towards Factory.
Yeah, pretty important piece here is, of course, the continued fight for Factory here with Twisted Minds and Leviathan. But we actually see that I think it was Lennon who does get actually punished from the tower by Rated with AG from on high. That fight continuing. Rated continuing to play spoiler as per the usual. He'd like to pick up a few more kills as we see the Falcons doing what they do best, which is swing over to Control and wipe everybody in their path in a 2v3. They pick up Penguin, even the odds, and unfortunately nobody wants to fight Shifty and Biffle in a 2v2. Hamoud tries and gets punished for it.
The problem is everybody else splits, but another team are getting involved here. You can already see Novo on the way again.
Perfect execution from Novo. Another perfect third party. And they lose Havix. Unfortunately, Hamoud trying to go crazy, but Vortex punishes him and says, no, this is our drop spot. And the Falcons continuing to help other teams turn the tides of these battles for POIs.
Yeah, Falcons currently at Stronghold. The zone is closing up towards them. They'll have to make their move and then going towards the Living Quarters side. So things could get mixy over towards the factory side. And things do continue on. Oh, thank you very much. I'll have that free kill. No problem. Scumming. Going to take that one all day long. And there's been a bit more of a fight over towards headquarters this time. We can see AG are over here, of course, alongside EVOS, who have had themselves a couple of decent games. They're going to just continue to get those placements, trying to find the kills. Rated is there to pick up the pieces. Yeah. This man has been around as long as I have. He is an old man these days.
He is. He's still really dang good at this game, I gotta say. And this fight, an important one here in HQ because it is Ultimate High inside of that tower. You saw Rated picking up a couple in transition. Scummin now playing Ultimate High and punishing one. Here's some footsteps, or maybe just wants a different position. And it is the Falcons, one of the Falcons below him. They're able to pinch on this, picking up Biffle before Shifty can get there. That's the best case scenario. But Robstar continues to try to fight this in HQ as Biffle now from behind picks up Rated. They didn't know he was here. I thought they heard footsteps. They allowed Shifty to catch up with him, and now with Rated down, they've got a 2v1 inside of this building. AG entirely on their back foot, have nowhere to go.
I mean, that kind of works out for EVOS, right? They were the ones that wanted headquarters. AG are forced away. Here come the Falcons, and now drop AG. Wiped in the blink of an eye. And everywhere Falcons go at the moment turns to gold. Hisoka trying to get himself over towards the top of Robstar though, so Hisoka's going to fall. Biffle and Shifty are nice and safe here, but your linchpin, your anchor is then just gone. They're going to have to reposition here right now. They're not quite as safe as they would like to be.
I can't wait for the analysts to break down that play. I don't know what IGL call it was to give up HQ and push down to Grandma's, but it was the wrong call. Yeah. And Biffle, I guess, predicted it perfectly. Right place at the right time. Trying to take top prison. See if Jawad can maybe play spoiler. Robstar does have an angle on this, so at least info will be gained and they can definitely trade. Biffle knows he's up here, of course, because the Hisoka got cut down. But there is a fight down towards Factory as well we've got to keep our eyes on. Not only is Leviathan still alive, but so is Twisted Minds and so is Vision, and Robstar unfortunately will not be joining them in the alive category.
Bit of a problem here for Virtus Pro and Gentlemen. They're kind of having their own battle over towards chemical and engineering. Yeah, okay, they're farming away, but they're not getting big kills. There's not a lot of activity towards the northeast side of the map. Everything's going on over towards headquarters, factory, and of course inside of prison. So maybe a change up and drop as things do continue throughout the rest of today, potentially come from two of those teams.
Whoever's controlling the spectate mode is such an idiot. Whenever a fight goes on, he switches to a person who's not doing anything.
Right now,
like, what is going on?
In terms of the first group, you see VP has maintained control for the most part, as it does look like the Frenchman, Gentlemates, coming down from Bio, being pushed out by the zone. Gonna try to get involved here at Chemical, and Noob's kind of by himself. Oh, gets traded out actually, I believe by a PA that he just couldn't get down the stairs fast enough. No big deal, but it does give them a little bit room to work with. Gentlemates should be able to push inside and maybe try to force Sage out of here.
Yeah, again, both these two teams kind of fighting on an island right now. 3 versus 3 consistently going in up against each other, and Enkyo looking for a little bit more. They didn't have the best of first game, but Enkyo already with more kills than his team managed in the previous map themselves. And the pickup is going to be there. Should be able to get the res on Grom as well. This is working out a lot better for Gentlemates, who are having a significantly better game too.
Yeah, a couple quick updates, by the way. Gentlemates, yes, they've taken control of Chemical, but it is, I believe, XO that is completely taking control of Control. Here's a quick look at that map. That pink lavender color, 13, that's going to be XO. So they've completely won out on Control, and it does look like the Falcons have regained over an HQ and are maintaining position there rather than top prison. It's just a little bit too big right now. So we see a lot of fights happening here in the kill feed and a couple folks getting knocked. Nothing incredibly important necessarily, but player advantages across the board. We'll see if anybody can execute on them.
I think Biffel's the one who has made his way in towards prison from the Falcons side. They're looking to try and get a little bit of purchase now if they can. And it's just a free route for NQ and Co here, right? Gentlemates can quite happily make their way through Industries, have a few kills, plenty of cash, can get things rolling. But the problem for them is going to be height here. I mean, they need to get themselves over towards the prison side. Big fights going on there. Towards the other side of the map, though, we're still lingering around Harbor. A lot of these teams who have been Harbor, Chemical, Bioweapons haven't really been able to get things going. Again, as mentioned, maybe a switch-up could come, but Circles have not came their way.
Yeah, and for the looks of it, I was about to say Twisted Minds on their heels, but no, they are out of here. They're in the lobby. Finally, Leviathan has struck back here in map number 5. These two teams consistently battling. Leviathan on the upper hand this time around.
Having a look over towards prison as well. Falcons are starting to make some inroads there, but still as we continue over towards Harbor. Right now, if you're Team Vision, you're very much on your own, but you have to make it up the hill. That's going to be the problem. You can see which way the zone's pulling. We'll see where that's going to go. We've got a couple of minutes before things do go that way, but Hallow trying to keep things going here. Big fight going on between themselves and Novo, and this is really nice from Gentlemates now. I can hear Enigma getting excited.
It's huge. I mean, obviously 2 EU squads, but right now it is Gentlemates all day, every day, including today. Good grief, a nice wipe there on Novo, who technically, I believe, was top of their pool, their group, after our first game. They fought here in game number 4, so in game 5, Gentlemates on top. They got a lot of kills to work with, but like we just talked about, we need some multipliers, so we've got another fight out of hands as a team from Control came swinging down towards Ammo Shack.
Yeah, XO are on the way over as the fight over towards prison continues as well, but here come VP. They've kind of got a good of an overlook here across everybody else. Let's listen in with VP.
Crack on the right, absolutely right. Gonna be a lot of kids in the sky soon. It pulls back to you. Okay, I get that done. I'm getting out of the tower to get that.
Come back, come back. It looks free, by the way.
Lower left. Free. I got it done. No resurgence, no resurgence.
Okay. I have 10k, we don't have enough.
We do.
I'm gonna grab this money. We have money, we have money. We almost have enough.
We got 14.
Okay, there's a couple crates here. I have it for Yui, I have it for Yui.
Okay. Hold on,
I dropped my money on the buy.
I'm coming to you guys.
How much did you drop?
I'm gonna zip back up and chill on the tower.
Okay.
Coming.
Drop me your money, Eddie, I can buy.
I'm buying.
Okay.
So kids low right.
I dropped.
Stop popping. Yeah, I'll pop. That's a bounty on you. Matter top prison. One landing in on the right. Courtyard.
Comms seem clean, and, well, patience is a virtue. Virtus Pro seem to have plenty of virtues as they continue to be extremely patient around this water tower. Unfortunately, the Falcons, they may not be patient. They have the high ground, and they are pushing every equation they can find. They have the ego that is bigger than this entire map, and it doesn't really matter. They're not getting punished for it.
I mean, it's just their positioning every single map. I'm sitting there watching the minimap. You guys at home don't have that luxury, but every single time you can see they just weed their way into the middle, and it is just inevitable every single map. Some teams are going to have to figure out how to do something against this right now, because Falcons are starting to run away. Plenty of points to their name. But we have seen some of the teams over towards the bottom side of things after the first map that we've just seen of our second section starting to get things going a little more. But the zone's starting to come in, inviting teams, inviting that pressure, and inviting players, particularly to the killing factory that is Falcons.
Yeah, Virtus Pro was in a pretty decent position, but the Falcons pushed them out and take 1, and obviously I don't think they're getting that player back. Now they're down to 1, Dongi down. Sage in trouble by himself. If there's any player that can play his life well, it's Sage. Shifty getting traded out here as Ahsoka picks up 1, but I think Sage is just going to try to make sure to try to stay alive to top 5. Unfortunately, I think it's Notria's just out in the middle of nowhere. Sage, there was no way he knew anybody was over there, spotted somebody, but Ahsoka picks it up from the back. VP is out of here in 6th. They just barely miss out on the multiplier. Yet again, not capitalizing on their kills.
And Gentlemate's out as well. But the thing is here for Falcons, they've lost a little bit of control over towards the top prison side. They still have members in and around it. Hisoka's able to call somebody back in, so that's Shifty back into it. Biffle is already in lower prison. But look at the team who have made
made the charge here. Inner Circle had a good game number 1, now in complete control of Prison Roof.
Yeah, Prison Roof, a huge boon for them. The big question is which zone pulls off. And yeah, I was going to say, this Inner Circle team has moved to the Inner Circle and now on top of Prison as well, kind of trading blows up on top. Prison. Gentlemates do have 2, so we lost 1 inside, but they are playing this extremely slow because they know they don't have the advantage. Falcons the same. They also only have 2. One of the only teams with 3 is the team on top, Inner Circle. The other team, though, Team Vision, they're still here. Not hardly a kill to their name, but they're alive, and they've got all 3 breathing.
Oh, they may well just sneak themselves inside the prison. And that's going to be the important thing here. The circle's closing down. Which way is it going to move? This is big for some of the teams moving over towards the other side. And this is nightmare fuel for Team Vision. They've got to get through prison, somehow unscathed. Or they may well just go around, starting to make their move, but they have maybe been spotted by some of the members over towards the top side. Obviously having a little look. Bray is up here with them. To be honest, looking towards it, this feels like Inner Circle's game to lose.
Yeah, this is a very tough zone, but it's not a huge boon for most. The only team with the advantage is Inner Circle. A fight underneath, though. See what Hollow could do. Gentlemates, they get snuffed out, and it is the Falcons coming in to get the cleanup on a couple. Nobody full wipe down. FIFA kill also getting cut down as well, so no one with a massive advantage aside from Inner Circle. They can still maintain position in this zone on the roof. They don't have to get active. We thought Virtus Pro had some patience. Inner Circle, now it's time to exercise yours. You have to have patience on top zone, shoot down amongst your enemies.
Yeah, it's 2 players remaining for the side of Falcons, but constantly just chasing down Team Vision. Looking over now towards Inner Circle, still in that prime spot, still have that advantage. But it depends which way this circle goes. If it goes over towards the other side, if it comes off the side of prison, they could be in a really bad spot.
It should just collapse here, and now the question is who's got an advantage. Top, yes, sure. If you've got gas masks to play with, you've got the resources, you're going to be able to shoot down. Everybody's going to get just pinched into this wide open space. Player advantage is still Inner Circle. You jump first, you might get shot first. Everyone's trying to stay patient, and as per the usual, the Falcons making a crazy gas rotation. This is what they are known for. They almost categorize this play, and unfortunately getting caught. Bray has rotated early. They've jumped all the way to this shack. A perfect execution. They've lost obs in transition, but they have the only remaining piece of cover on this map. Inner Circle are going to be your winners unless they absolutely sell, and they're going to make sure Echo does not stand back up to shoot back.
Yeah, Echo drop, but Biffle's in a good position to maybe do something here, but into the center circle we go. Just no way they can do anything, Biffle. We will try, and he will try again. Just not going to happen this time out. Big win coming in for Inner Circle. Sensational work from them. Positioning was key. Falcons forced up prison, and Inner Circle took it with both hands.
A strong map from Inner Circle, man. They played positioning perfectly. The thing that rattles around in my brain, though, 1.6 multiplier is a huge boon. I don't know how many kills they had. I don't think it was all that many. They got to top prison early. They picked up several in transition. They played the final map perfectly, the final zone, and they punished the Falcons. But you got to remember, the Falcons just went first, second, and they slayed out again.
I mean, we can see the points. We'll keep that surprise for later, but things are starting to get a little stinky for some of the other squads. When you look at the numbers, Falcons are putting up. It may well only be day 1, but our current champions looking solid as ever. Another high placement, another high amount of kills. Falcons still the team to beat.
Well, folks, we're going to head to a very short break here in the booth. When we come back, it's going to be the last map for Group A and the third for Group C.
Damn, all Steam actually crazy. All right.
That's it, right?
We'll end the watch party over here. Thank you for joining in, everybody. Tomorrow we start an early stream with Battlefield. I'll start as early as I can. And yep, I think I'll do a parallel stream on Twitch, so people who don't have the access to early access open beta, they can just watch for 30 minutes on Twitch and get access. I'll have to set up those what do you call? Twitch drops. I'll have to see if I have them enabled, then I'll have to set it up. Anyway, I'll see you guys tomorrow. Before leaving, don't forget to hit the like button. Till then, adios.